Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered today in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of all the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honorable Senate now resumes its sitting, and before getting into the business of the day, I just wish to welcome Senator Naval Clark, who is visiting with us today. He's not pulling a Ray Charles thing. He had surgery recently on his eyes, so we wish you a speedy recovery. And we have as well joining us in the gallery are members of the Family Court Attendance Center. Welcome. And members of a large contingent from Meadowbrook High School. Where are you guys? Okay, fine. And all the way from the salubrious climate of Mandeville is the Carteret College. So I wish to welcome you all to the Senate, and I hope that the time that you spend with us is useful so that you can get an understanding of the parliamentary system which operates in Jamaica. Please feel free at the end of your visit to ask any questions of the young lady who was showing you around earlier. And if it is that you wish to return, please feel free to come and spend some more time with us. Welcome again. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Honorable Senate. Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Minister Paper number 5, entitled Instruments Adopted at the Annual Labour Conferences of the International Labour Organization 2015 and 2016. Annual Report of eGov Jamaica Limited for the financial year 2015-2016. Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the Caribbean Maritime Institute for the financial year 2013-2014. Annual Report of the Spectrum Management Authority for the financial year 2015-2016. The Auditor General's Department Thematic Plan 2017-2019. Special Report of Investigation concerning issues of impropriety and irregularity in the July 29-2015 National Contracts Commission's contractor application, submitted by Seal Investments Company Limited. For information, the Provisional Collection of Tax, Income Tax Number 2, Order 2016, Confirmation with Modification, Continuance in Force Resolution under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act.
Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Honorable Senate. I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 24th day of January 2017, the House of Representatives agreed to the Senate amendments to the bills entitled An Act to Provide for the Formation and Operation of General Partnerships and for Connected Purposes, and an Act to amend the Children, Guardianship and Custody Act to give effect to the provisions of the Hague Convention on the civil aspects of international child abduction, 1980, and for connected matters. I also have the honor to advise the Senate that the following bills were passed in the House of Representatives on the 24th day of January 2017. A bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Caribbean Maritime Institute Act to establish and incorporate a university at the national and international level to be called the Caribbean Maritime University to advance education, training, and research in the area of maritime studies, with particular focus on the development of capacity building in various aspects of shipping, logistics, and related fields, the certification of seafarers, the promotion of awareness of maritime safety and security, the protection of the maritime environment, and the promotion of efficiency in international shipping for the benefit of the people of Jamaica, the Caribbean, and the wider international community. Passed with one amendment. And a bill entitled An Act to Facilitate Domestic and International Trade and Commerce by encouraging the use of arbitration as a method of resolving disputes to repeal the Arbitration Act 1900 and for connected matters, passed with 4 amendments. I further have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 31st day of January 2017, a bill entitled An Act to Promote and Enhance Standards of Ethical Conduct for Parliamentarians, Public Officials, and Other Persons by consolidating laws relating to the prevention of corruption and the award, monitoring, and investigating of the government contracts and prescribed licenses, and to provide for the establishment of a single body to be known as the Integrity Commission, to promote and strengthen the measures for the prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution of acts of corruption, to repeal the Parliament Integrity of Members Act, and to provide for other related matters, passed in the House with 3 amendments. Signed, Pernell P. Charles, CD, JP MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Golden.
Just a thought arising from the announcements that I just wanted to share with you and the Senate, sir. We no longer physically table much of what is tabled, and I think it would be helpful if the list of what has been tabled could be given to us, so that if we want to find those things, they are sent to us by email, but we get a lot of email, and it would be helpful to have the physical list so we could look through it and decide what, if anything, we want to read from all the material that is tabled. Some of us should be reading all of it, but some of it is material which is very voluminous, some of it's very topical, but at least we'd have a list that we could choose from. So I think it would be helpful.
Senator Golden, I agree with you 100%, but I must indicate that there is a difficulty. For example, in some of this legislation, we didn't get them until 15 minutes ago.
I'm talking about the list of what's been tabled.
Okay,
what has been tabled?
Okay, understood. So, yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sure that the clerk would have accepted the intelligence of your suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Minister Golden. I'm sorry, Minister Charles.
And I send this in.
I said Mr. Golden. You heard, Minister?
we look so much alike. I think that's it. I'm telling you. Mr. President, let me first ask to be permitted to speak from a place that is not usually my own.
Yes.
Yes, as I am standing in for the Leader of Government Business. Mr. President, on behalf of the Leader of Government Business, I signify her willingness to take charge of the bills shortly entitled the Integrity Commission Act 2017, the Arbitration Act 2017, and the Caribbean Maritime University Act 2017.
Thank you, Minister Charles.
A bill shortly entitled the Integrity Commission Act 2017, read a first time. Bill shortly entitled the Arbitration Act 2017, read a first time. Bill shortly entitled the Caribbean Maritime University Act 2017, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bills.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motion given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motions. 1, be it resolved with reference to the undermentioned committees which are appointed in the current session of Parliament but have not completed their deliberations, that further consideration of the matters before them be suspended, and that in the new session of Parliament the House be empowered to enable these committees to proceed with the issues referred to them from the stages reached before prorogation. 1, sessional committees. A, Private Bills Committee, the Committee of Privileges, Standing Orders Committee, the Senate Committee, the Regulations Committee, with the exception of the Beach Control Licensing Amendment Regulations 2016 under the Beach Control Act. 2, the Joint Select Committee appointed to sit jointly with a similar committee appointed by the Senate to A, complete the required statutory review of the Sexual Offences Act, B, consider and review existing legislation.
Mr. President, just a point of order.
A point of order.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the resolution being read by the acting leader is a proper one. It sounds to me that he's reading the resolution for the House as against the resolution for the Senate. So that he said, for example, the House, and then he now says sitting jointly with the Senate.
Let me clear it up.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Is it the wrong one?
Yeah, I think that the point of order is taken, Senator Brown.
That's accepted, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank you, Senator.
Minister. Thank you, Senator Brown.
So meticulous, Mr. Brown. The Joint Select Committee appointed, if I might continue, Mr. President. The Joint Select Committee appointed to sit jointly with a similar committee appointed by the House of Representatives to A, complete the required statutory review of the Sexual Offences Act, B, consider and review existing legislation which purport to, among other things, protect women, children, the disabled, and the elderly from violence and abuse, being the Sexual Offences Act, the Offences Against the Persons Act, the Domestic Violence Act, and the Child Care and Protection Act, with particular emphasis on the offences and punishment under these legislations with regards to 1, the murder of pregnant women, 2, the assault of women, children, and the elderly, 3, such other violent crimes against women, children, the disabled, and the elderly as may be deemed to be necessary for the review, and C, to make recommendations for legislative amendment not restricted to the stated legislation under review for the better administration of justice and the effective protection of these special groups as the committee deems necessary. And be it further resolved, Mr. President, that the compositions of the above-mentioned committees appointed in the current session of Parliament remain unchanged, except when necessary by further motions taken and approved by this Honourable Senate, with the following amendments. 1, notwithstanding Standing Orders number 61.1c and 61.1.3, the Honourable Ruel Reid remains a member of the Regulations Committee, and that 2, Senator the Honourable Pernell Charles, Jr., be added to the committee reviewing the Sexual Offences Act et al. The second motion, Mr. President, be it resolved with reference to the bills, motions, and reports which are included on the order paper in this session of Parliament, but for which deliberations have not completed, that in the new session of Parliament the Senate be empowered to proceed with them from the stages reached before prorogation. Third motion, whereas Section 5A of the Forest Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister may by order declare any Crown land as Forest Reserve, and whereas Section 10(1)(a) of the Act provides that before an order is made under Section 5A, the Minister shall publish notice of his intention to make the order and invite such manner as the Minister thinks fit comments from the members of the public in relation to such order. And whereas by virtue of Section 10(1)(b) of the Act, the prescribed 90 days since the publication of the notice has passed, and whereas by virtue of Section 5 of the Act, an order made under paragraph A shall be subject to affirmative resolution, and whereas it is desirable that 1. The Forest Amity Mountain Forest Reserve Order 2016, 2. The Forest Bogue 2 Forest Reserve Order 2016, 3. The Forest Trial Estate Forest Reserve Order 2016, 4. The Forest Hazelim Forest Reserve Order 2016, 5. The Forest Cocoon Castle Forest Reserve Order 2016, 6. The Forest Muirhead Forest Reserve Order 2016, 7. The Forest Newfound River Forest Reserve Order 2016, 8. The Forest Horse Guard Forest Reserve Order 2016, 9. The Forest Blue Mountain 2 Forest Reserve Order 2016, 10. The Forest Burnt Ground Forest Reserve Order 2016, 11. The Forest Bowden Pen Reserve Order 2016, and finally, 12. The Forest Oxford Forest Reserve Order 2016 be affirmed. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the above-mentioned orders, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 27th day of May 2016, be affirmed. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first two motions.
Thank you, Minister. Questions and answers to questions?
Mr. President, Thank you. Mr. President, I wish to ascertain if there is or when I shall expect to get answers to my question. My understanding is that today is the last sitting of the Senate, and 3 months ago, I tabled some question in the Senate, and to date, I have not gotten a response. And Mr. President, you would appreciate the nature of these questions are very important given the information that we have out there about LAMP and the plans of the government. And I shall really like to know when I can expect reasonably to get the answers to these questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Okay. Well, maybe you have some questions outstanding as well.
Yes, Mr. President.
So you want to answer in relation?
I also would like to know when would I get those answers.
Very well.
Today being the last sitting of this Senate for this parliamentary year, and the questions reflect serious issues as to the killing of our children, which remains a serious national issue. So I'd like to know when we get the answer and if the procedure going forward.
Senator Brown, you have anything? You have any outstanding questions? Oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I think that is what would be the required procedure, because I don't think that the questions are to be answered today, so they would have to be retabled.
And then I have to wait another 21 days, Mr. President?
They would.
Mr. President, so is it that I will have to retable these questions and then wait another 21 days from the date of table? Mr.
Well,
President,
I can't alter the standing orders. The questions are going to fall off.
I understand
so you would
completely.
have to retable them.
I understand completely, Mr. President, and we can perhaps move a motion to carry over. But the very fact that...
Questions cannot carry over.
Very well, Mr. President, but the very fact that we have to go the route that is stated in the standing order underscores why it is so important that when 21 days are given for questions to be answered, that the questions are answered. These issues that I have at question number 6 are questions that will impact the livelihood of persons who benefit from LAMP and persons who are employed at LAMP. And I think the country needs to know what exactly is happening.
You know, I agree. Senator Fraser-Binns, I agree with you completely. So what I'm going to urge you to do is to table the questions at the first meeting of the Senate. But I understand your discomfiture. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business.
Mr. President, might I indicate that today we will continue the State of the Nation debates, and the speakers as listed in order will be Senator Lambert Brown, Senator Matthew Samuda, and Senator Fraser-Binns. Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first two motions, notice of which I gave earlier. Yes, and for us to be permitted. Your indulgence, Mr. President.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the motions moved earlier by the minister to be taken. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it.
Mr. President, referring to the motions of which I made notice earlier today, we ask that those motions be moved forward.
The question is that the motions moved by the minister earlier be approved. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it.
Just to indicate, as I did earlier, Mr. President, the State of the Nation debates will start with Senator Lambert Brown, or continue rather, starting today with Senator Lambert Brown.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Brown.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the State of the Nation debate. But before I start the debate, I'd like to join you in welcoming our colleague, Senator Nabel Clark, who have served this Senate for many decades. And who have decided to come today to supervise all of us in the chamber. And also, Mr. President, I'd like to join you in welcoming the students from across the country who have come to witness our conduct. And my colleague to my left, the Manchester man, wishes me to single out the school in purple, the Carteret. Also, Mr. President, I wish to recognize in the gallery the first Vice President of the University and Allied Workers Union, Mr. Clifton Grant, and as well as the General Secretary of the Union, who have come to keep me in check. come to keep me in check. I wish to thank them for the support they have given me over the years as President of the Union and to facilitate my own contribution to public service. I thank them and I thank all the officers of the Union. Mr. President, the motion before us requires of us that the Senate thank His Excellency the Governor General for his gracious speech delivered to both houses of Parliament on the 14th of April, 2016. The motion also requires us to approve the plans and programs outlined in his gracious speech and place on record its appreciation, that's of the Senate, for the performance of the government during the financial year 2016-2017. That's the motion before us. His Excellency, Mr. President, is assured of my gratitude, and I hereby thank him for his gracious speech. As to the plans and programs outlined in the throne speech, too many of them represent unbroken promises. Broken promises, certainly broken promises. I know I needed to wake you all up. But too many of them represent broken promises, which prevents me from approving of them at this time. As for the performance of the government during this financial year is concerned, I am unable to express appreciation given the current state of our nation. What is the state of the nation, Mr. President? Today, our nation is gripped by fear. Fear of the rampant criminality which stalks the land. Further, murder and maim are commonplace. The Jamaica Observer of the 4th of January this year, the headline read, "Fear grips St. Anne." The opening paragraph of that story was as follows, and I quote, "The cruel irony of 82-year-old Justice of the Peace, Colin Corrado's violent death has shocked the people in St. Anne and created a climate of fear in the parish." Someone shot down in his yard at 8:30 while playing domino with friends. The president of the St. Anne's Justice of the Peace Association summed up the mood in the country well when he said, and I quote, "Business people call me, JPs call me, and they're afraid of what is happening because it could be anybody. Everybody is just frightened with what is taking place." End of quote. Mr. President, last calendar year, 1,350 of our brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, and our children were murdered in this nation. How can we forget the headline about a 2-year-old child killed Senator Jopinski, execution style, on Luke Lane in downtown Kingston? We recall, Mr. President, with much sadness, the story of a 3-year-old girl raped and murdered in St. Anne. Can the Senate ever forget the 1-year-old and the 5-year-old children murdered inside their home in Kingsville, Hanover? We can't forget that, Senator Sinclair. It's your bordering parish. So too, Senator Slowly, it's your bordering parish. Just last week, We heard the news of a 13-year-old student of Denhamtown Secondary School murdered with his hands bound. The case is, Mr. President, of the Jamaica College student, robbed and murdered for his cell phone, as well as the Calabar High School student, who was also murdered. Must Senator Webby provoke our conscience to action? These children could be our own, could be the child of any one of us in the Senate. They could be those of our relatives. They could be those of our employees. Senator Hill, when I listened to your speech the last time, you spoke about a family riding bicycle in the country. What I'll say to you is this. These children will not be able to ride bicycle with their parents, nor will they have the joy of playing football on the lawns of Jamaica House or any other area in our beautiful country. Mr. President, the state of the nation is one of fear. Yeah. Given the terrible crime situation facing our country, I was surprised and disappointed that in his 8 pages of opening comments on the State of the Nation debate, Senator Hill did not once mention the word crime. Not even once could he have brought himself to recognize the reality of fear facing the Jamaican people. And he knows that even in his own neighborhood, a family was recently held hostage by 3 gunmen. I wonder, Senator Hill, if we now believe that by ignoring the problem, by not mentioning it even once in your speech, that somehow the problem of crime will fly away. Another reason why I'm disappointed in Senator Hill not mentioning crime at all is that he was chosen by the government senators to open the batting for them in the debate.
He scored no runs.
But while he couldn't bring it to himself, to mention crime, it's interesting, Mr. President, that in January 2014, while speaking at a banquet of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce in Mandeville, he identified crime as a major hindrance to Jamaica's growth. At that time, you will recall, Senator Hill, that the murders for 2013 was less than the 1,350 we experienced last year. This is what Senator Hill is reported to have said in 2014, January. And I quote from the Observer: Jamaicans are being murdered at an alarming rate. It's sad, it's terrible, and something that we all should not continue to accept. It is because we continue to accept it why there is no change. Believe me, if we decide that we don't want crime here, politicians respond to votes, and they will respond. We must love it, otherwise we would have changed it. That is, end of quote.
You sure?
That is what he said in January 2014, when the murder rate, number of murders, was less than it was last year. And he came here and spoke, and not a mention of crime.
No energy to mention crime.
Why the silence on crime, Senator Hill?
Why?
Why? Do you think that we're loving it now? Because we're not. Is it, Senator Hill, that you have moved to the state of denial?
No, you can't.
Or should we believe that you now reside in an ambassadorial bubble, immune from the sad and terrible reality of murders being experienced under this government?
You're quoting
me, I'm under it. Thank you.
Mr. President, you know, Senator Hill, I'm going to quote you further in the speech again. But I'd have loved to have quoted you on crime in that speech you made 2 weeks ago. Mr. President, I'm going to quote him exactly the economic growth I'm going to quote him. And I hope you will support when I make that quotation.
Be careful. Wait, listen
Be careful what you ask for. Mr. President, this administration assumed responsibility for government and the express declaration of the then leader of the opposition in Alpha Tree 1 week before the general election last year. And this is what he said. If you want to live safe in your yard, if you want to be able to fall asleep and leave your door open and wake up in the morning, and listen to this, and still be alive, you cannot make the mistake of voting for the PNP.
He was right.
So what is happening now?
As I said, Mr. President, that statement was made a week before the general election last year. Senator Hill, you say I was right? You are wrong again. The data from the police revealed that at the end of February last year, there was 153 murders for the 2 months of the year. That amounted, Mr. President, to an average of 77 murders per month. For me, that was still high. But it was a definite reduction from the year before. In fact, it represented a 16% reduction over the same period in 2015. The rate of murders was coming down. It was heading in the right direction. Not only murders, shooting was down 21%, rape down 42%, and assault down 40%. Generally, when they assumed office, major crime was down 27% relative to the first 2 months of 2015.
Get it right, George.
That, Mr. President, was a relatively positive and improving platform upon which this administration assumed government. Senator Hill said Prime Minister was right. Sadly, Senator Hill, by May 2016, early signs of slippage in the fight against crime became evident. Data from the police showed that instead of a 16% reduction in murders, in May we know we're showing only a 5% reduction. Instead of a 27% reduction in serious crimes, we were down to 11%. Senator Webby, as a businessman, if you saw those numbers coming from minus 16 to minus 5, it would tell you that something wrong, not going in the right direction. We need intervention. That's how business people work, and that's how smart people, and slowly, that's how it works. And that's how anybody who understands statistics work. When you see the trend going in the negative, you take action to correct it. How did the government respond to the early signs of slippage? Mr. President, the Prime Minister took to social media as his own to do at 4:29 p.m. on May 16 to tweet. No, I didn't say Donald Trump. I didn't say Donald Trump, the Prime Minister,
Okay.
tweeted at 4:29 on May 16 the following, and I'm taking a part of it. We are happy for 5% reduction in murders and greater reduction in other crimes, end of quote. The thing is going in the wrong direction. Prime Minister says happy. Clearly, this was not a time to be happy. It was not a time to be happy. And I warned in the Senate, subject to the points of order that was made every time I mentioned crime. I warned in the Senate that the approach of the Prime Minister was wrong. But this administration seems to listen only to their own voices. This was a time for serious crime-fighting plan to restore the gains inherited from the previous government. Instead of a serious crime-fighting plan, what did we get? Sorry, Senator Golden, that's illegal. What we were told, what did we get instead of a serious crime-fighting plan? The senior minister in the Ministry of National Security, where Senator Charles resides now. Now, the senior minister there, Senator Montague, told the police that they were to wear condoms. And I wonder which fight Senator Montague was thinking of. Was it the fight against guns or some Was it the fight against guns or some other thing that started with G? In addition to wearing condoms, the minister told the country that the budget for the National Security Ministry would no longer be published as part of the annual budget exercise. Something we're doing from 1962. The minister said to fight crime, let's hide the budget. Minister Montague also assured us that the $432 million in the budget for the purchase of vehicles for the police would be used to buy second-hand cars. That $432 million, I'm told, could have purchased 100 new cars. The budget was in April last year. And now I ask the question, where are the vehicles for the police? Where are the vehicles for the police? The money was in the budget. Where are the vehicles? What has become of the $432 million that was there to provide vehicles and support for the police? We need answers to those questions. Mr. President, a young student on his way to Excelsior High School was robbed one morning. His school books, his lunch money, his bus fare, even his eyeglasses were stolen. When the matter was reported to the stadium police, the answer was there's no vehicle to go chase the brazen criminals. And I have to ask again, where are the second-hand vehicles? Where is the $432 million allocated and approved by the Parliament for vehicles for the police? Mr. President, it is clear that the government is failing the taxpayers in the fight against crime. The search for cheapness has turned out to be very expensive. We seem to be acting penny-wise and pound foolish. And Mr. President, I'm not the only one saying this today. I read in the Gleaner a column by one George Davis. I recognize that name formerly of the Nationwide News Network. And that column says, can we trust the words of the Prime Minister?
You sure, Sir George?
Mr. President, the column ends discussing Obia, which you and I know remain illegal, and saying that maybe the solution to the crime problem being attempted is to check somebody's uncle.
That's it, Mary.
Could that be the solution?
That's a crime plan.
Mr. President,
Right, Charles?
instead of action to stem the growth of crime and murder in the society, we have been treated to much talk and little action. In June of last year, 7 months ago, in June last year, the Prime Minister declared, and I quote, "We are giving the law enforcement agencies the resources they need and supporting other ways to ensure they can deal effectively with crime generally and murders in particular. Our resolve," he said, "is to see a consistent reduction in crime. We are working towards that aim." Wonderful words. But where are the deeds? Where are the deeds? That's the question the people are asking. Where are the deeds to match these wonderful words? But that's June. We still don't have a crime plan.
Still coming.
In fact, just last week, the Prime Minister said it will be rolled out in the coming months. It will be rolled out in the coming months.
20 applicants.
The Prime Minister, as opposition leader, declared that you will be able to sleep with your door open and wake up and still be alive. Sadly, now people are dying before they get to go to bed. Wonderful words in June 2016, 7 months ago. But the words didn't stop there. In early September 2016, addressing a Capri forum at the UWI, the Prime Minister told his audience that, and I quote, "The government is fairly advanced in developing a strategic anti-crime action plan," end of quote. September. So September, early September, so we have all of September. October, November, December, January, and we turn into February.
Early February, we'll say the same thing.
Where is the crime plan?
Want the microscope to see it.
Where is the crime plan? What has become, Mr. President, of these grand declarations by the Prime Minister? Because we can all look back. Not at the time of the pretty words, but after the pretty words come what? Mr. President, on the 21st of September 2016, the Gleaner, in an article entitled "Murder Madness, Jamaica averaging 100 homicides monthly," they reported that Jamaica, I quote, "Jamaica was on the verge of recording 900 murders since the start of the year, with just over 3 months still remaining." Government was warned. The data was there. And Senator Webby, you know that people who don't look after data, who don't work after data, are planning to fail. You know that in your business, your successful business. Senator Slowly, you know that in your successful business. If you don't respect the data, if you don't address the data, if you don't respond to the data, you're planning to fail because, in fact, you have no plan. I said, Senator Hill, that's why I was upset you never mentioned crime at all. Maybe you are advising the Prime Minister just to talk and talk.
Plan like a sugar plan.
Mr. President, that statement by the Gleaner, that article, was a clear call for action by the government to stem the murder madness. And the Gleaner was not alone. They were not the only voice calling for action. I will ignore the voices of the opposition for the time being, because we called. But friends of the government, the week before that Gleaner article, Mr. Michael Lee Chin, he of the Economic Growth Council, he was taking so many photographs of the Prime Minister. He won. And Senator Gill, you're on the Economic Growth Council too. And Senator Hill, you are now an ambassador of investment. So you're supposed to work out them. This is what the chairman of the Economic Growth Council said. And I quote, "Improving citizen security is the most consequential growth-inducing reform that Jamaica can undertake. Jamaicans need to experience dramatically improved levels of security and feelings of personal safety. End of quote. Which of us in the Senate can disagree with that? No. Which of us in the Senate can disagree with that? And the question we have to ask is, what have you done?
Come on, agree again.
Mr. President, despite all the warnings, in September, over 450 more Jamaicans were murdered in the last 3 months of 2016. That is an average of 5 murders per day in the last quarter of 2016. 5 per day. And you know, Mr. President, I remember speaking in the Senate. And pointing out in November that we were running at 5 per day. And if we run at that rate of 5 per day, we would be hitting an annual target of 1,800 plus. A figure we have never seen in the history of our country. You should have listened to me. You should have taken intervention action. But no, you listen only to yourself. And what they did? They called point of order on me. Mr. President, how can I, or any of us in the Senate, in good conscience, say we appreciate the performance of this government during the financial year? How could any of us, in face of the reality of our brothers, our sisters, our children, our mothers, our fathers, workers dying, how can we, in good conscience, vote for a resolution saying we appreciate the performance of this government? Mr. President, the fear is palpable. Our people are cowering. And you know, truth be told, the government recognizes that this fear is out there. In September, in fact on the 25th of September, Senator Sinclair is outside. But Senator Slowly, the Prime Minister visited Montego Bay, and he said as follows. There is no denying that the past week was a trying one. And listen to what he said further.
Sorry, Senator Brown, just before you go to Montego Bay.
No, in Montego Bay.
Mr. President, we'll ask for the extension of time for Senator Brown.
Thank you very much. The Speaker's time has expired. May his time be extended for him to complete his presentation. Those in favor?
Aye.
1 minute. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please, Senator Brown. Against? The ayes have it.
Aye.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Please continue.
Mr. President, I thank you for placing on record the unanimous support for the speech. And you know, Senator, don't worry. There are only going to be 4 speakers. Not 21, not 20. So let us... Let me read what the Prime... Let me go back and start quoting what the Prime Minister said. Prime Minister in Montego Bay said, there is no denying that the past week was a trying one. It has created a great deal of fear in citizens and concern across the country. And Senator Slowly, you will be interested in this. And indeed, globally, as the local images find their way into the news feed internationally. End of quote. The Prime Minister himself recognized this fear that has gripped the country. It's not only the Prime Minister who recognized that fear grips the country. Just this month, last month, Minister of Justice Delroy Chuck in January this year. Prime Minister was September, you know. He's ahead of them. Primus inter pares. He's ahead of them. He saw that fear grip the country from September, but he did nothing about it.
He felt it before that.
So Delroy Chuck, the Minister of Justice, recently stated the fear factor was so great. Not Delroy Williams, Senator. Delroy Chuck. The fear factor was so great. This is the Minister of Justice telling Jamaica that the fear factor is so great.
Well, research.
No. Marcus, please. President, the mayor of Kingston asks, what is the fear factor? He doesn't understand it. And that explains why, my friend, you can't find a plan. That explains why you can't find a plan. You don't know what the problem is. You don't know what the problem is, and therefore you are unable to fix it.
You can speak in a debate.
The fear factor was so great, Minister Chuck said, that some witnesses did not attend to court. But it wasn't just the Prime Minister. It wasn't just the Prime Minister. It wasn't just the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice who was complaining. Last week, on the RJR program,
the President.
Would you allow the minister to start?
Yeah, man. You're pretty good.
Would you allow?
Minister, replace the minister. Replace the minister.
Mr. President.
You know, sometimes the future casts its shadow into the present. We never know.
Mr. President,
would you
just
please
last
allow
week
the
on
senator to
RJR,
complete his presentation in peace, please?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just last week, Mr. President, some of us are used to this.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
We're in the kitchen, and we must expect some heat. Mr. President, the Minister of National Security, speaking on Dan Jackson's program last week, said the people are so fearful and powerless, they're locking themselves in their own prison at home.
So ask the minister about it.
The Minister of National Security, listen up. After 11 months as minister, he's admitting that the people are so fearful. And the question I have to ask, what has he done in the 11 months? Condom,
check him uncle,
used car, and the grand declaration that his uncle is a Hobia man, and therefore gunmen should be afraid of him.
Not even that can help.
Mr. President, the government at the highest levels, members of the cabinet are admitting that the nation is in a state of fear.
I know we say so, you know. Them say so.
Problem is, Mr. President, that the government, the cabinet, seem clueless as to how to bring the murder rate, even to the levels of January and February of last year, where it was under the previous government. At the beginning of December 2016, the Prime Minister, while addressing the swearing-in ceremony of the new Chief of Defense Staff, promised that the National Security Council was finalizing a comprehensive action plan. Go back. In June, he said they were well advanced. In December, there's an appointment of a National Security Advisor. And we are told that in this December, that they are finalizing a comprehensive action plan. And then last week, Friday, at Devon House, he said, in the coming months, they're going to roll it out. Judge Davis is right. Go read this column. That the words of the Prime Minister can't be trusted. That what he's doing is selling the people others, essentially. to promise them good things when in fact there's no delivery to support it. Mr. President, why is the crime plan taking so long? Is what the people are asking, and for which we want answer. Where is the sense of urgency, Senator Sinclair? Where is the sense of urgency? You called for a state of emergency. I don't agree with you. But it seems your colleagues high up in the government doesn't have a sense of urgency. Is the government bankrupt of ideas and solutions as to how to tackle crime? Is this why the Minister of National Security is resorting to telling us that the new commissioner must come with his or her own crime plan?
Now wait on the commission. So next 90 days.
The Prime Minister in June said the plan well advanced. Now the Minister of National Security is saying, don't listen to the Prime Minister. The commissioner, whether man, woman, or child, whether man, woman, or child who get the job, must bring a plan. And the country,
where's the minister's plan?
And the country must be happy with this. Mr. President, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Yes.
A point of order, Mr. President. We have heard Mr. Senator Brown elaborate on what I would like to know what the former Minister of National Security in his capacity did. I mean, when he got robbed under his own tenure.
Thank you very much. Senator Brown, would you continue, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brown, would you please continue?
That's what I intend to do, Mr. President. Flight. Mr. President, I spoke about much of what happened last year. But based on the number of murders for the first month of this year, for January of this year, and those murders included the horrible murder of a 97-year-old journalist, Peter Abrams. 97.
You can't speak it
Mr. President, let me repeat it. Based on the number of murders for the first month of this year, we are on track. We are on track to exceed the terrible number of 1,350 murders last year. Let us be clear. While they're dithering, while they're procrastinating, while they're fiddling, we are way on track to surpass the 1,350 murders last year. That should give you concern. You know what is even worse, Mr. President, is that in January of this year, the clear-up rate for murders is the lowest in 3 years. Wow. And in fact, if you go back 5 years, it only ties with 1 year. That's how bad things are. And it is incumbent on us to stop defending the indefensible. It is incumbent on us to stop defending the indefensible. It is incumbent on us to work together and find solutions. That is what is incumbent upon us.
Accept the reality.
Mr. President, they ask.
You're going to pose the debate, you know.
about the previous government. Well, if you compare the clear-up rates this year to the clear-up rate same period last year, according to the police, I said 5 years already. I'm coming to year to year. I'm coming to year to date. Mr. President, let us be clear. The clear-up rate last year at the same time was 57%. This year, it is 37%. So not only that there's more murders, but we're catching less. Less absolute numbers and less percentage. We're in a bad way. And as soon and longer it takes you to recognize how bad the crime situation is the longer it is going to take you to see the urgency of coming with a plan to solve the problem, the worst problem holding back growth, and the worst problem affecting the safety of our people. Mr. President, I spent a lot of time on the crime because I think it's important for the nation. The Prime Minister himself says it's holding back growth. All of us agree. Did I see the Gleaner editorial?
Agree on that.
Did I see the Gleaner editorial also saying the same thing? So, Mr. President, I have one advice for my friends here and for the government. It is time for action, not a bag of mouth. Mr. President, since they can't come up with a crime plan, I'm going to offer some. I'm going to offer some suggestions.
Careful talk.
I'm going to offer some suggestions. Let me suggest some low-hanging fruits that can be picked in a successful fight against crime. Firstly, let us remotivate the police who are now very demoralized. I propose, Mr. President, the cabinet is on retreat today. When Senator Montague sat on this side, he used to say the government had too many retreats. I wonder what he's saying now that he's sitting inside the retreats. I recommend, Mr. President, that Senator Charles tells his minister when he goes back to cabinet, retreating or otherwise, that the cabinet of Jamaica should urgently agree to undertake the payment of legal expenses of members of the security forces arising from confrontation with criminal elements. That this should include the cost for lawyers appearing before INDECOM and in court if necessary. That's easy. A stroke of the pen.
The minister's speech.
A stroke of the pen could be. The second suggestion I wish to make.
Quoting from the minister.
The second suggestion I wish to make is that we must take back our communities from the domination of the criminals by building partnership between the state, private sector, churches, civil society, and community. And Senator Webby,
we agree.
the model of Grace Kennedy in Southside, the model of sandals in flankers, therefore does not require us to reinvent the wheel. We know what can be done. We saw the success in Augustown. We saw prior success in Grants Pen. And it tells us it can be done.
Yes, we agree.
Let's follow Nike. Just do it and stop talking. The third suggestion I wish to make is that the Parliament of the land has passed a number of anti-crime measures by previous JLP government, previous PNP government, and I'm therefore calling on the government to rigorously implement the anti-gang law and set targets for the dismantling of gangs. Establish a registry of all gangs and their members so they can be known. This should allow for targeted monitoring of them using the resources available to the state, including technology. Mr. President,
First conviction under this administration.
Mr. President,
Come on, use it. Use it.
Mr. President,
Partnership to fight crime.
I'm cool. Mr. President, I know you have control over them.
Shoot.
The police says,
Senator Brown, what you say?
no, I know you can control them.
You wish me to control them further than I'm controlling them?
Mr.
Yes.
Allow the senator to complete his speech in silence, please.
Mr. President, the police has said 70% of the murders in the country are gang related. They are shouting across the road that they're doing it. So how comes of the 1350 murders last year, 940 was allowed to take place if you're doing it? Well, it took place. It took place and you say you're doing it. Real focus is needed in the fight against gang. Since the legislation, only one criminal has been convicted under the anti-gang legislation. Action, not a bag of words, is what the people of Jamaica are demanding. Mr. President, another suggestion I wish to make to them is that consideration should be given to dedicate court facilities with appropriate resources, including additional judges, prosecutors, and legal support for investigators to allow for fast-tracking cases involving gang activities. Call this an anti-gang court if you wish. Let us make use of the laws already passed by Parliament to cripple criminal enterprises that have done so much damage to our great country. The fifth suggestion I wish to make, Mr. President, the fifth suggestion I wish to make is the establishment of a standing parliamentary committee. Just as we have committee on infrastructure, committee on CDF, we need a dedicated, a standing parliamentary committee on crime reduction. Country's attention on solutions to our crime problem. Hopefully, we will show to the nation by the standing committee that the crime fighting efforts enjoy bipartisan, in fact, national support. This committee would direct the attention of our leaders to this major obstacle to economic growth and development. Sixth suggestion I wish to make to them is that we need to focus the police service, and notice I said police service, on the outcome of increasing conviction rates. We must move away from the clear-up rate, because clear-up rate means nothing. Focus on the conviction rate. You wouldn't even know what you're talking about. Don't ask what, you don't know what you're talking about. Focus on the conviction rate, not the clear-up rate. Clear-up rate is when a man goes down on the station and you let him out. Conviction rate of guilty criminals. Focus our police service on the outcome of increasing conviction rates of guilty criminals through improved investigatory techniques, including the use of science and technology. And the final suggestion I want to make to them, Mr. President, is that the government should re-establish, through the Partnership for Jamaica, the Justice and Crime Committee that was established under the partnership. This existed before February last year. This was designed to help to play a similar role as EPOC, ESET, and now the Economic Growth Council. It is a formula that worked. It includes the private sector, actually chaired by Howard Mitchell, the trade unions, civil society, and the government. It worked. Do it. Do it. Those are several suggestions I'm making as part of a non-partisan approach to crime fighting. Because, Mr. President, in the absence of their plan, I recommend to them some ideas.
A good framework.
Mr. President, I want to quickly move on because there are some issues that I need to address. Issues, listen carefully, not of unbroken promises, but of broken promises. That's where I want to come to now. Mr. President, the previous administration increased the minimum wage several times between 2012 and the beginning of 2016. On the occasion of the last increase in January 2016, the then opposition proposed that the $6,200 per week was inadequate and that the minimum wage should move to $12,000 per week. Under criticism by those who understand the economy better than them, they reduced the amount proposed, Senator Samuda, you will recall this, to $8,600 per week. That's what they proposed. This was put in their election manifesto, and they campaigned on it, Senator Samuda. Mr. President, the thousands of minimum wage workers, including the 23,000 security guards, have waited in vain for the promised increase. These workers are fearful that the words of this administration are meant only to comfort those who they think are fools. I call on this administration to increase the minimum wage as promised. I call on this administration to increase the minimum wage to $8,600 as promised. Alternatively, Mr. President, they should humble themselves and admit that they were just fooling the people. Shame. No, I don't know anything about fooling the people. And I tell you one thing, Senator Hill, as my leader would say, don't drown me tongue. Yes. Mr. President, another broken promise is in respect to the Occupational Safety and Health Act. The people are fearful that the words of this government cannot be taken seriously. In the throne speech, which we are supposed to be praising, a promise was made for the passage of the OSHA Act this year. Sadly, this promise has not been kept. I am disappointed now as I was in the previous administration. I am disappointed now as I was in the previous PNP administration in respect to the OSHA bill. You know all that I sat over there and criticized over and over the failure of my government to pass this bill. I'm consistent.
No.
Mr. President, it is not fair to the hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans and foreign workers to be continuing to labor under a law meant to govern their safety at the workplace, which was passed before independence. Recently, my friend Senator Cavan Gale, president of the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, no matter what I say, we're still friends. Like Michael and Shira. We're still friends. Don't let nobody separate us. Senator Cavan Gale, president of the BIT, was recently quoted as saying, and I quote, "Enough time has been spent on drafting this piece of legislation, and any further delay would be a signal that is not a priority for successive governments." You're looking the past and you're looking the present. Just like me, we are consistent. Senator Gale, I assure you that you and I and the entire trade union movement are at one, that it is time to pass the OSHA bill. Now, Mr. President, those who listen to me in this Parliament, in the Senate, know that I feel strongly about the treatment of the pensioners. My mother, in another few days, will become 87. She's a pensioner. Can you imagine the joy when I heard in the throne speech a promise being made to address benefits and contributions to improve coverage and compliance this fiscal year? This promise is yet to be kept. This promise is yet to be kept. Yet, Mr. President, Mr. President, the Ministry of Labour in their 2015-16 report to this Parliament made provision through the National Insurance Fund for approximately $5 billion to pay increased benefits to the over 110,000 beneficiaries. Those NIS pensioners cannot continue to live on $2,800 per week. They fear starvation. They're staring poverty in the face while you promise them prosperity. Shame. Once again, Mr. President, I call on this administration to immediately increase the NIS pension benefit. The money is there. The money is there, just as the money was there to buy the cars. The money is there. Stop the procrastination. Pay the pensioners the increase now. Another broken promise. You know, some people is better to keep their mouth shut.
Senator Brown, just don't be distracted. Just go on.
Another broken promise from the throne speech is that of expanding the Industrial Dispute Tribunal to Montego Bay, Mandeville, and St. Ann. This promise, Senator Gale, is yet to be kept. What is holding back the implementation of this promise, I ask? Workers are fearful that instead of delivering on promises to improve the lives of the workers of Jamaica, they are being presented with glassy public relations efforts. PR over real production. Mr. President, as senators, Mr. President, we are concerned about legislative matters. In addition to the other promises broken, in the throne speech, there are many more broken promises, but in the throne speech, we were told that 15 specific bills. Go look at page 14 and 15 of the throne speech. 15 specific bills would form part of, quote, the major action items on our legislative agenda for this year. This is what you asked the Governor General to tell the country. These bills, we were told, included a fixed election date. A fixed election date.
Never get that, man.
We were told that they were going to bring a bill, a constitutional bill, for the removal of Her Majesty as head of state. What happened to that bill? You get cold feet? You get cold feet? Senator Morrison, not all in time. When you tell the nation you're going to do something by a specific time, keep your promise. Mr. President, they also promised to bring a bill during the last year as part of the major action item on their legislative agenda for the full legalization of marijuana, of ganja, of kali, of kushumpeng. They promised to bring that bill. Where is it now? Empty promises. Mr. President, they promised us that they were going to bring a bill dealing with the impeachment of parliamentarians and public officials.
Manfred himself.
Where is the impeachment bill? Where is the impeachment legislation? Mr. President, Mr. President, they told us that among the 15 bills that they were going to bring is a National Human Rights Institute. Where is the National Human Rights Institute? Where is the National Human Rights Institute? That's what I'm asking. You're a government.
Are you a government now? You're a government now.
Mr. President, some of those bills will not get my support.
Are you a government now?
But they promised to bring them. Another one that promised, Mr. President, was a constitutional bill to allow for judicial review of the Director of Public Prosecution decisions. All know that bill don't come. All know that bill don't come. Mark, Mr. President, suffice it to say, not a single one, not a single one of those 15 bills mentioned in the throne speech on pages 14 to 15, the major actions item on our legislative agenda, has made their way to this Senate.
Are you certain? That was your
prior to today's final sitting of this parliamentary year.
Lock up plan. Yeah, your plan.
Mr. President, they have now come to a point where they say, unlike Donald Trump, we make promises but we won't keep them. You know, Mr. President, I want to make another suggestion. I'm proposing to the speechwriters at Jamaica House, don't waste any time this year in writing a new throne speech. Just take last year's speech, change the date, and present it next week, Thursday, as this year's throne speech. Over 90% of last year's speech is yet to be implemented. There should be shame. And no, we don't do that. Mr. President, I've been asked to address economic development because that's what Senator Hill spoke to. Time come for that now. You know, I tell you something.
Like what you did.
It's always better to keep our mouth shut and not to, let people think of us a certain way than to open your mouth and have it confirmed.
Contractor general bills.
In opening the debate on this motion, Senator Hill, Senator Hill is going to just ignore you because that's what you deserve. Senator Hill, let me tell you something, Senator Hill. When I speak in the Senate, and a matter that affects me personally, I am a member of my family, like pension, I declare interest.
Yeah.
I declare interest.
Yeah.
I declare interest. And I ask you, do you or any member of your family have an interest in the energy sector when you came here and criticized JPSCO?
Yeah.
I declared in my Senate deposition.
So,
it's on the record.
so Mr. President,
Could be seen as
in opening the debate, In opening the debate, Senator Hill gave the impression to some people that the previous government was not concerned with economic growth and job creation. The record shows that having inherited an almost bankrupt country in January 2012, the former administration set out to rescue Jamaica. Rescue Jamaica from over 12 consecutive quarters of no growth.
That is facts.
Of 23 years of your government out of 27.
We set out.
23 years of the 27.
Sorry, cool, man. Mr. President, if Senator Hill at the floor, if Senator Hill at the floor, if Senator Hill at the floor, if Senator Hill at, sorry.
You want to just continue?
I'm trying to do that.
Okay, well, I'm giving you the space to continue.
No, but a comment was made, Mr. President.
But you can ignore it and move on, or I can allow the crosstalk. You know,
No, it's not about crosstalk.
if you prefer.
When Senator Hill says that the 12 consecutive quarter was over a 23-year period, I am talking about the period. I am talking about the period when Mr. Shaw was Minister of Finance. So let me continue. We had to rescue Jamaica from a debt to GDP ratio fast approaching 150%. We had to rescue Jamaica from the failing of successive IMF targets. We had to rescue Jamaica from being treated as a pariah state in the international community. Facts. Mr. President, for Jamaica to enjoy economic growth, real development and job creation, we needed to put our fiscal house in order. That was the purpose of the IMF agreement signed in June 2013. That is a fact. And I quote, Mr. President, I quote from paragraph 2 of the letter of intent signed by then Minister of Finance, as he was the Honorable Peter Phillips, and agreed to with the IMF. And this is the quotation. Senator Charles, I don't have 3 sick bodyguards, so allow me to talk. No, I don't need to have anyone. The people are my guards. I trust the people. Mr. President, I want you to quote from paragraph 2 of that letter of intent of 2013 April. It says, the Jamaican government has embarked on a comprehensive economic program aimed at progressively raising the rate of real GDP and per capita income growth. Paragraph continues. The strategy of accelerating growth centers on attracting significant new investment in areas such as agriculture, which we did, tourism, shipping, logistics, business process outsourcing. The growth agenda is driven by fiscal and monetary policy reforms aimed at creating a stable, predictable, and resilient macroeconomic environment. Structural reforms aim at significantly strengthening Jamaica's external competitiveness and productivity. Catalytic and strategic private and public investment and social stability. Paragraph 2 of that letter of intent continue. Fiscal consolidation, listen to this, to who EU was talking about, all we were talking about is fiscal. Fiscal consolidation, it says, is a clear and critical ingredient to ensure macroeconomic stability. It will be supported by efforts. It will be supported by efforts to ensure ongoing financial system safety and stability, including reforms to strengthen the financial system oversight framework and improve access to credit. That's the letter of intent agreed to with the IMF. In the Memorandum of Economic and Financial Policies, Clause 4 and 5, confirmed that the government had embarked on a comprehensive economic program aimed at significantly raising the rate of real GDP and per capita growth. And then you come to the Senate and tell us that we weren't concerned about growth and job creation? You didn't read this? Or you set out not to tell us all that you knew?
You didn't create any jobs. Poverty increased.
Yeah. Mr. President, at clause 8, at clause 8, it's all right, I have something coming for him. At clause 8 of the Memorandum of Economic and Financial Policy, the following is said. The following is said at clause 8. And I quote, Mr. President, the program aims at yielding permanent growth dividend by raising growth to at least 2% by fiscal year 2016-2017, with significant upside potential as investment plans are implemented and structural reforms results in improvement in the business climate and productivity. With significant upside potential as investment plans are implemented and structural reforms result in the improvement in the business climate and productivity. Mr. President, this is what we said we would do, and this is what we did. This is what we did. Mr. President, we are now at the end of fiscal year 2016-17. That's where we are now, Senator Hill. And what is the growth rate being forecast for the end of this fiscal year, 2016-17, by Statin? I promised earlier, Mr. President, that I'd quote Senator Hill. Well, let me quote him, quote from his speech. No, I'm going to quote you now. I'm going to quote what you said.
Not for good reasons.
I'm going to quote what you said when you opened the speech.
Not for good reasons.
This is what you said. Gloating, receiving a standing ovation and applause from your side. This is what you said. 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 Estimates. This is what you said. Estimates. Estimates are that for the full fiscal year 2016-2017, ending in March of this year, the annual growth rate would be 2%. Senator Hill, you were gloating about the 2%. You were gloating about the 2%. Mr. President, this 2%, this... Mr. President, I'm ignoring him. Mr. President, this 2% growth was not coincidental. It wasn't coincidental. The growth was expected. The growth was planned for. The growth was predicated on significant increase in the investment in the Jamaican economy as confidence returned under the previous government. The growth momentum and the high level of consumer and business confidence in the economy started under the previous government. Fact. Mr. President, His Excellency in his gracious speech of April last year said the following, and I quote, "The government will continue the growth and job creation agenda."
Will continue. Okay.
End of quote. The government will continue the growth and job creation agenda. It should be obvious to all of you over there. It should be obvious to all of you over there that you can only continue something that existed. The areas cited by the Governor General were those initiated by the previous government. Those of us on this side of the Senate are proud to have acted to advance the growth, development, and job creation agenda that has put this country in a far better place than we found it at the end of 2011. So let us be clear. Those are facts. And you know, Mr. President, let me make it clear. The private sector called upon the government to continue the fiscal discipline that the previous government had engaged in.
Yes.
Let us be clear. And your government had to say, yes, you will do it. And not only that, you started to do it until somebody tell you to go for 1.5 million tax-free. I want to know, just address something Senator Hill said about, because I hope that put it to rest. Now, what I want to do, Senator Hill, I want to send to you, I want to send you a copy of the letter of intent. So why then, if you have it, why if you have it, you come and mislead the parliament?
Yes,
Highlight the particulars.
Okay. No, I just outlined them above earlier.
These are facts, you know.
Mr. President, I'm happy that Senator Hill spoke of a mini revaluation of the Jamaican dollar. Between March and November last year, the Jamaican dollar was out of control. The movement in the dollar was excessive, said the governor of the Bank of Jamaica. At that time, we said the slide in the dollar, or the wine in the dollar, or the other term that Minister Shaw used to use when he was in opposition. Yeah. Dollar wine, dollar slide, dollar. Yeah. We're not going to use that. What? We're not going to use it. And we said that slide from 121 to 129 was because of lack of confidence in the management of the economy by this administration. We said it. We said that. We said that to restore confidence, the government needed to engage in a process of moral suasion. That's what I said. This is how that working group of which you spoke, Senator Hill, was established. People like Ralston Hyman and myself consistently advocated for corrective measures to the crisis of confidence that was negatively impacting the dollar. And so I'm happy when Minister Shaw in December, at a press conference at Heroes Circle at his ministry, was reported as saying that the Jamaican dollar has regained the confidence of key stakeholders. That was where the confidence had been lost. Where the confidence had been lost. So Shaw, Minister Shaw is admitting that the problem was a lack of confidence.
And he restored it.
And he has restored it. And we are happy. We are happy.
You don't need to restore what you have.
Once again, Ralston Hyman, not Albany, was correct in assessing the economic realities facing the country. Mr. President, I'd like to contrast the defense by Ralston Hyman and myself and others of the Jamaican dollar in 2016 with those who wrote in February 2013 that our dollar was overvalued. That our dollar was overvalued. And that the rate of exchange should have been $159.96 to the US dollar. So that's 2013. That's 2013. That's 2013.
You can't read economics really well.
You can't do it.
You know, Senator Hill, that article was written on February 22nd, 2013. I leave the Jamaican people to go on Google, fix the overvalued Jamaican dollar, and determine whether you or I is correct. Right? That's it. So you, Senator Hill, didn't even have the courage to say it was your recommendation. What you said is that the economic analysis led to a position where in 2013, the Jamaican dollar should have been at 159.96. It's all right. I leave the people of Jamaica to be the judge. You know what they're saying about you? They want to believe you, but you're wrong so many times. If Senator Hill, 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 if Senator Hill genuinely thinks that the economy has improved and is improving, he now needs to publicly thank the previous administration for not following his advice to let the dollar slide.
The dollar slid by 50% in those 4 years.
It never reached 159. It never reached 159, which you were predicting. It never reached 159 that you were predicting. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Senator Hill should publicly
Mr.
thank.
Golden, with the greatest of respect, you can't have it both ways, you know. Senator Brown wants a free flow. He doesn't have a problem. You are speaking. Everybody is speaking. You can't have it both ways. Senator Brown will ask me when he feels that he's been over. Senator Brown, you hear that?
Mr. President, Senator Hill should publicly thank the previous cabinet in which Mark Golding sat, led by the most honorable Portia Simpson-Miller, with Dr. Peter Phillips being in charge at the Ministry of Finance, for the prudent way in which they rescued Jamaica and steered Jamaica to a place of growth, development, and creation of thousands of jobs for our people. If Senator Hill's advice was followed in 2013 and the Jamaican dollar reached 160 to 1 US, where would the dollar be today, Senator Hill? If we had followed your foolish advice, if we had followed your foolish advice, if we had followed your foolish analysis, where would the dollar be today? Where would the country be? What would have happened to poor people, Senator Hill? Senator Hill, Senator Hill, you can explain. You will close. Senator, you know, I could put this away and speak freely, but none of you can. Most of you can't do it. Most of you can't do it.
Yes, you're right.
So don't introduce reading. Let me be clear. Senator Hill, in respect, once again, you're guilty of being wrong. Once again, you're guilty of being wrong. Mr. President, I come to the famous tax con. Famous tax con. Mr. President, it is a myth that the increase in the PAYE income tax threshold contributed to the 2% growth. Senator and Mr. President, I'd love them to listen to this. I want the country to hear, because much of Senator Hill's comment last week attracted blind applause from that side. No, it didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt me. It hurt me because you are misleading people. Mr. President, Senator Hill misled. Senator Jubinski, could you allow me to speak in silence on this point?
Senator Brown is asking for protection from the chair, and I'm going
Senator
to ask
Hill
you to allow him to
misled
continue.
this Senate. Sorry, I thought you were finished, President. My apology. Mr. President, my apology. I thought you were finished. Good. Mr. President, Senator Hill got up 2 weeks ago and misled the Senate and the nation. He misled this Senate and the nation, and he owes us an apology. Why do I say so? Why do I say so? Why do I say so? In his speech, Mr. President, he said the following, and I quote, "Taxes from PAYE was 3.5 billion higher than expected, a 7.8% increase over the budgeted figure for the April-December 2016 period. Mr. President, that is not true. The member has misled this Senate, and I wish to bring into evidence the publication from the ministry for which he is a technical advisor to the minister, who published on the 31st of January this year, just Tuesday of this week, the numbers which contradict what Senator Hill told this Senate and got a round of applause. It's a pity you didn't. It's a pity you didn't. Mr. President, what are the facts? The data published, and I expect an apology from Senator Hill when he comes to close. The data published on Tuesday of this week by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service showed that the increase over budget was not 3.5 billion, but 2.46 billion. A whole of 1 billion less. You never tell the Senate your estimates. Mr. President, that is not 3.5 billion. Why don't you listen sometime? That's your problem. Furthermore, the data showed that instead of 7.8% increase over the budget, the increase was 5.4%. That's the difference between 78 and 54. That's the difference between promising somebody 7,800 and giving them 5,400. Mr. President, I am sending to you. I'm asking. I'm going to make the president understand. Mr. Could you give this to the president? Because I want an apology. I want an apology. I want you to tell the Jamaican people that the figure you gave to the Senate was wrong and not the truth. Right? We have a trust in you. If you look on the second page, Mr. President, you see PAYE, and you go right across the line. So, no, I'm going to, you see, Senator Hill, I have come to learn that with you, I must take the advice given by the Contractor General in 2009.
Senator Brown, come now, man.
But tell him, don't tell me, don't breathe again.
No, but
until I get the apology.
You're doing very
because
well.
in this Senate, the rules is that we must tell the truth. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
I'm sure, Senator Brown, I'm sure that you are expecting some sort of explanation, and no doubt it will be forthcoming. But it's not necessarily to get into the personal.
Mr. President, I'm not taking anything personal.
Saying you're taking it personal. I'm saying you're being personal to him.
When a report comes to the Senate, and a minister who has a big contract in the Ministry of Finance come to the Senate and gives us a figure, I want to say at first blush, Senator Braham, I accept his word.
He's an executive senator.
I accept his word. But when you tell the country something, and it is not so, Senator Neville Clark, who was here, would tell you, come quick to the Senate and use the standing order and apologize and correct it. But there are some of us in the Senate, and most of us, if not all of us on this side, do a lot of research. Because we believe the truth must set us free, not glassy PR. So, Mr. President, Senator Hill didn't tell us the truth. Mr. President, I want to make it clear.
Hold on,
I want to make it clear.
It is not
unusual. It is not unusual. Sorry, I thought you had finished because...
I'm just trying to get some order.
That's what you're doing, President.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I've been knowing you for such a long time from JC. I think I can read your body language. It is not unusual for PAYE to exceed the budgeted amount. It happened in 2014 for the same April to December period. No big thing. For the record, Mr. President, based on the government data, on which we in the Senate are required to operate. PAYE for the period April 2016 was below that, April to December 2016 was below that for the same period in both 2014 and 2015. PAYE, intake from PAYE for the period April to December 2016 was below that for the same period in both 2014 and 2015. You might not have intended it, Senator Hill, but some people left here after your speech with the feeling that somehow, despite the tax reduction, Senator Gill, they were earning more PAYE than previous year. So now we put that aside. Let me move on. You are entitled to live in your ambassadorial bubble. Let me move on. In 2014, the government collected $40.9 billion for PAYE for the April to December period. 2014, $40.9 billion. I've rounded it up. $49.9 billion. In 2015, $52 billion was collected for PAYE. And for the same period in 2016, only $47.8 billion was collected. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. You know, you must stop being rude to people. You may do that. You know, let me put it this way. I can go to Kuwait anytime I want. So stop being rude. Stop being rude.
Senator Brown, the same thing I asked you to do, you know. Just continue, please.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I grew up in Standpipe, and I don't allow people from Cherry Gardens to rude to me.
You know, that's really an the senator said something about reading the speech. It's not, I don't think it was meant to be a personal attack on you. And we know, all of us know that you grew up in Standpipe. So
I don't think everybody knew. I don't think he knew that. Mr. President, with your permission, I'd like to continue reading the speech. It is interesting that in his contribution, Mr. President, that in his speech, in his contribution to the debate, Senator Hill failed to mention, even one time, that the government imposed a whopping $13.8 billion in new taxes upon the backs of the Jamaican people to implement the first phase of the so-called tax give-back. $13.8 billion. Can't deny that. And I want to ask, Mr. President, how can it be that the government took $13.8 billion in taxes to replace $12.5 billion and call that a give-back? How can that be a give-back? The students from the cartridge will tell you mathematically this does not compute. In fact, it shouldn't be called a give-back. It should be called a take-away. And in fact, Mr. President, there's a three-letter word that best describes what took place. C-O-N. And if we wish, we could find a four-letter word which describes it. I believe it starts with S. C-A-M. Scam. Mr. President, not only that Senator Hill failed. Not only that Senator Hill failed. Not only did Senator Hill.
Sorry, Senator Hill, please. Senator
Not
Brown,
only that
continue.
Senator Hill neglected to tell the country about the $13.8 billion, but he failed to tell us that to go to the next phase of the tax con, another $16 billion in new taxes will have to be imposed on our people.
So we're going to get the bill.
And in fact,
Emergency cabinet.
That's what I think to Senator Golding. That in cabinet today, why the two ministers not present? Why the two? No, I don't. I've been to cabinet. That they are now having to face how to treat this tax scam. That is why Senator Kamina Smith and Senator Ruel Reid not present. That's why we couldn't take the CMI bill that you promised to take today.
Senator Brown, come on, man.
That's what I'm doing. Yes, I'm taking long because the truth has to be told.
We have all day.
So, Mr. President, I'm not surprised, however, that Senator Hill did not mention the 13.8 nor the $16 billion. I leave that to you, my friend. I am not, yes, don't ask me about it. You deal with it. I'm not surprised, Mr. President. I'm not surprised at his silence on the new taxes. Because writing in the Gleaner on the 19th of February 2016, that's the week before the election, this is what one Albinil described as CEO of Corporate Strategies Limited and chairman of the Economic Advisory Council of the then leader of the opposition said. This is what he said then. And I quote, "The JLP has made it clear that it would not raise additional taxes to cover this higher exemption level, nor would it break any multilateral agreement or have Jamaica slipped into fiscal indiscipline." And listen to the ending. Typical sweet mouth. "The plan is to help the economically weak, not to punish them with more taxes." You know, Mr. President, with all the taxes that have come, there's a saying which is attributed to the male of the poultry species. Didn't talk about beak, it talked about mouth. I won't use it popular term. Mr. President, no, your pretty speech is your problem. It's your downfall. Mr. President, what Senator Hill said the week before the election in that Gleaner article is what Kelly Conway of the Trump team described as alternative facts. Senator Hill, we have seen the taxes. They can't hide anymore. They can't hide anymore. What we can say about you and the taxes, Senator Hill, is that you were wrong then, and you are wrong again. You are wrong then, and you are wrong again. The increase from the threshold has already taken its toll in increased gas price, in increased electricity price, in increased electricity price, increase in food price.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good. Let's go on. Senator Brown.
Mr. President.
Senator Brown.
Mr. President, if they don't believe me,
this reminds me of some other time in the past. I don't know.
Ask the other workers in society. They are worse off now than before the taxes. Of last year, I tell you, I come from Standpipe. And more taxes are coming. More taxes are coming. And it is clear that the data from the Ministry of Finance does not support the claim that the move into indirect taxation has improved the state of the treasury. And I saw the article yesterday. It talked about collecting arrears. You can't build a country going forward on arrears. I pity you. 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 Mr. President, the numbers show that no real increase in consumption has taken place in the society. And this despite the 7% depreciation in the Jamaican dollar over the year. The movement in special consumption tax and general consumption tax over 2016, April to December, is no greater than the movement of 2014 to 2015, and no greater than 2015 to 2016. So there is no empirical data. And I'm aware of studies done which have shown that there is no positive gain to the economy from the tax give back. I go further, Mr. President. The travel tax was one of the so-called indirect taxation. The travel tax was increased over 150%, moving from approximately $14 to $35 US. People like Senator Slowly pointed out that this was going to have a negative impact. They didn't listen to you, Senator Slowly. But look at what the numbers are saying. The numbers from the Ministry of Finance, published on Tuesday, is showing that, that the travel tax is below budget by $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion. That is 13.3% below the budgeted figure. And I ask you, Senator Hill, since you knew those figures, why didn't you tell us that? Why didn't you tell us that the indirect taxation was failing? Is it that it will require you to tell us the truth? That's why you never tell us? It will require you to tell us the truth? You see the real impact. The real impact. Yes, I wanted you to do that, if it made sense. The real impact of the shift to indirect taxation is to burden the Jamaican people. It is to burden the unemployed. It is to burden the minimum wage worker. It is to burden the security guard. It is to burden the taxi operator. It is to burden the workers below the tax threshold. It is to burden the students. It is to burden the pensioners. It is to burden those hundreds of thousands of people outside the labor force. It is to burden the small farmers. It is to burden the own-account business people. And it is to burden the most vulnerable in the society. In fact, millions of our people are worse off thanks to this ill-conceived tax plan that we were told would have required no new taxes. Read my lips, I betrayed the people, is what you're now saying. People are in fear. People are in a state of fear as to what the new taxes will mean for them. They are now realizing that instead of tax relief, what they have been sold is a big tax con. And they are realizing this bigly. They are realizing it bigly. So, President, what they have done is to give some with one hand and take back a lot more with the other hand. And the country needs to get answer. So whether or not the $16 billion in taxes to come, whether this tax will be on the backs of the poor people. I ask for, I move a resolution here for us to set up a broad-based committee of stakeholders in the country to look at possible tax measures. Not even the courtesy of having a debate on that motion was allowed. But we can't escape the fact that to give 16 billion more now in taxes will only benefit about 100 100,000 people. The 16 billion in new taxes will only allow people over $1 million to get a benefit. That's less than 100,000 people. The population of Jamaica is at least 2.7 million. Do the maths. Do the maths. Do the maths. Do the maths. And so, this does not make sense to me, Mr. President. It doesn't make sense to me to continue. It doesn't make sense to me to continue. It doesn't make sense to continue with this tax, this failed tax experiment. I urge those of you who have influence in the cabinet to urge them to abandon it. Abandon it. Abandon it. Urge them to abandon it. You never know what you're doing in the first place, and you still don't know what you're doing now. Now, Mr. President, as I come to the end, I must note that during the fiscal year that you're asking us to express our appreciation to the government, that the country fell 14 places on the recently published Transparency International Index relative to corruption. This is a major cause of worry and fear. Much work was done by the previous administration to improve our standing in this important index. Investors measure countries by how transparent we are. We are told that the rejection of the advice from the Office of the Contractor General and a Matari Spectrum license may have played a major role in this precipitous fall in our standing on this anti-corruption index. That is, government action has led us down the slippery slope. Mr. President, the Office of the Contractor General is a commission of this Parliament. It must be shown respect. Its recommendations must be seriously considered, and reasons given for rejection of same, where the report of the OCG does not find favor with the Parliament. It cannot be good, Mr. President, for our democracy or the fight against corruption when an individual criminally charged for obstructing and not complying with the instructions of the Office of the Contractor General is appointed by the Cabinet to be chairman or deputy chairman of at least 5 boards, which has to be monitored by the Office of the Contractor General. Let me say it again. It cannot be good for our democracy or the fight against corruption to which the Prime Minister says is committed when an individual criminally charged for obstructing and not complying with the instructions of the OCG is appointed by the Cabinet to be the chairman or the deputy chairman and at least 5 boards, which are to be monitored by the Office of the Contractor General. What message are we sending to the public by doing this? What message are we sending to the public while this case is in court? Is it disdain for the Office of the Contractor General? Is it disrespect for this valuable Commission of Parliament? Mr. President, if the government will not remove that individual, if the government will not remove that individual, I call on the said individual to resign from these boards pending the outcome of the criminal case of obstructing and failing to comply with the OCG. Mr. President, we can't say one thing and do another. We can't say we're against corruption and we're going to fight against corruption, but the Cabinet appoints somebody who they ought to know was criminally charged. Mr. President, our anti-corruption fight is also diminished when the cabinet appoints to head several public sector boards an individual whom the OCG, in a report to Parliament, recommended. And I'm not going to call the name of the individual. But this is what the OCG recommended. This is what the Contractor General recommended. I quote, that appropriate steps should be immediately taken to ensure, and I've left out the name, is barred from serving on the board of directors of any public body in the future.
Who is the person?
You have to go and read the Contractor General Report of 2009, page 127, recommendation number 8.
Who was the Contractor General?
I think it was Mr. Greg Christie. Mr. President, there was no explanation as to why this recommendation of the Contractor General has been ignored by this administration. Jamaica deserves an explanation. Until then, until we get an explanation from the cabinet for ignoring the advice, the recommendation of the Contractor General, I wish to call upon the individual so named in the Contractor General report, as a matter of principle, to tender his resignation as chairman of those public bodies. That is the call I make from this floor of the Senate. Mr. President, unless this is done, the fear is real that we will continue to slide in the fight against corruption, and the dreaded Corruption Perception Index will continue to proclaim us guilty.
You're saying the fox is in the hen house.
Mr. President, I close on a theme that will, and a thing that may cause a little controversy. But what is controversy when justice is at stake? The people are fearful because they see worrying signs of an attempt to reintroduce blatant political victimization into the body politic of our nation. Examples of this are the unequal distribution of Labour Day clean-up allocation, with less going to the opposition MPs than government MPs. Secondly, the abuse of state funds in the Ministry of Agriculture through the partisan device of PMOs bypassing the established Jamaica Agricultural Society branch system. Thirdly, the unfair and blatant partisan distribution of overseas employment by the Ministry of Labour. Four, the scandalous expenditure of 800 million of taxpayers' money to bolster the sagging fortune of the administration during the recent local government elections. This is now, the Contractor General said 800. It started at 600, yes. This is now the subject of an investigation by the Office of the Contractor General. What we have informed by the OCG is that this report, when it comes soon, will make very interesting reading. I look forward to it.
Editorial today also had it with some interest.
Mr. President, I'm sorry Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith is not present today. Because I recall in 2012, she was an advocate for the promulgation of the corporate governance framework. That framework calls for continuity in government and in the management of state affairs. Yet, despite its existence, promulgated by Parliament, the work of both sides of the House and the Senate, 15 public sector professionals managers, heads of agencies, and there may be more, were terminated, separated from their contracts. Amongst those heads terminated were those of the Urban Development Corporation, the Caymanas Truck Limited, the Jamaica Urban Transit Company, the Passport Immigration and Citizen Agency, the Housing Agency of Jamaica, Universal Service Limited, the Firearm Licensing Authority, the Trade Board, the Transport Authority, Rural Agricultural Development Agency, the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission, the National Irrigation Commission, and Petrojam. As I said, Mr. President, the corporate governance framework was a product of the last two administrations. It called for continuity in management. None of these heads of agencies who were separated from their jobs were the subject of any disciplinary inquiry. Not a single one of them was subject to any disciplinary inquiry. None, Mr. President, were separated as a result of a performance evaluation exercise in which a principle of natural justice applied and they had a chance to speak. This is not fair. Mr. President, you know, I don't want to call you page 127, recommendation 8. So calm it now. Calm it now. Calm it now. Mr. President, it is not right. It leaves people in fear when professional managers are treated so shabbily by politically appointed boards. If professional managers are treated in this way, how will the thousands, and we are hearing 8 to 10,000 of lower-level workers will be treated when the public sector transformation takes effect in August of this year? The people are fearful of more political victimization. Over the last 30 years, Mr. President, much work has gone into reducing political victimization and to detribalize our politics. The danger of political expediency, of trying cheap partisan advantage over the principle of fairness, has damaged our country in the past. Mr. President, yes, I know about it. I know about it. And let me pause, Mr. President. There are some enduring memories. One of Ryan McGann being killed in Garden Town. Another one of somebody who went to JC with me, a friend of mine at JC, who went away, came back to Jamaica, entered representational politics. And in order to be nominated for the 1980 election, had to go in an army tank, an armored car. I never forget it. It was wrong. And I'm sure the president will agree with me, it was wrong. We must never go back there. We must never go back there. And it is sad that strenuous efforts are being made by some, Senator Webby, not all, some in this administration, not all, to drag us back to this sordid state. We in the Senate, all 21 of us, must stand and be counted and against political victimization. All of us. Enough is enough. Mr. President, I close by referring to the motion. I will have no difficulty in supporting a motion that ends after the following words: that the Senate thank His Excellency the Governor General for his gracious speech delivered to both houses of Parliament on the 14th of April 26, Full stop. I am proposing, Mr. President, that the following words be deleted from the motion. Approve the plans and programs outlined in his gracious speech and place on record its appreciation of the performance of the government during the financial year 2016-2017. If that amendment is accepted, I vote for the motion. But I can't vote for the performance and the plans when we have slipped in corruption index, when our murder rate have slipped, when so many broken promises remain. Mr. President, in good conscience, I can't vote on a motion that asks me to support that. May it please go.
Well done, sir. Excellent.
You don't have anything to say.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Samuda, Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the State of the Nation debate. Admittedly, a little later than I had anticipated today, but I rise. By the grace of God, through his humble mercies, on the back of significant work put in by the new administration and indeed all stakeholders from the private and public sector, civil society, indeed the citizens of this country, we can say that the state of the nation today is better than it was a year ago. I am a firm believer that the measure of the results of the public service must be contemplated against one single consideration. Have we improved the lives of those we serve? Has the general well-being improved for the country we lead? It is my firm belief, Mr. President, that the administration, indeed my colleagues, can answer that question with a resounding yes, we have, without fear of repeat. Mr. President, this is in no way the proverbial victory lap, as there is much work to do. Old and recurring issues still face our people, and the speed in which they are addressed and corrected must hasten. The good news is, Mr. President, opportunity is on its way, development is on its way, and we are indeed on the road to prosperity. The basis of this presentation, and my belief, you're driving on the wrong road. The basis of this presentation, and my belief in the future of Jamaica, Mr. President, is that I have said before in this chamber, a rising tide lifts all ships. The programs we are undertaking as a government accept this and want to ensure that, as the Most Honorable Prime Minister and Your Holiness has often said, we may not all become rich, but none of us in Jamaica should be poor. The apathy we have seen creeping into the society as it relates to the governance of the country has been based on the societal belief that the more things change, the more they stay the same. None are better than none, as they would say. Mr. President, I believe that today we can safely say this is indeed not so. Many strides have been made, with clear evidence in areas of progress in many sectors, despite having significant work remaining. My presentation in this debate, Mr. President, will focus on a few areas: our economic strides, confronting the elephants in the room by way of productivity and crime, establish sustainability through environmental protection, and energizing Jamaica. You know, macroeconomic strides without improvement of the general well-being of the citizens is not what we seek. What we seek is an inclusive growth where the people's test is indeed passed. Only then can prosperity be achieved. Whereas no debate can be had regarding the previous administration's success regarding macroeconomic management of the country, and I'll give you that. Similarly, none can be had about this new administration's management of said affairs since taking office February 25th, 2016. The international partners are comfortable. Our credit ratings reflect this. Nor can there be a rational debate that the laser focus on growth or the implementation of the first phase of our 1.5 plus is indeed bearing fruit, Mr. President. And this is clear from Senator Brown. This is clear from the following. Less Jamaicans today live below the poverty line than the same time last year. Government has secured a new standby agreement with the IMF. Business and consumer confidence, as announced towards the end of Q4, are at all-time high. Inflation, as at the end of 2016, was 1.7% despite the fears that were sown earlier. Growth figures, as at the end of Q3 2016, registered at 2.3%. And yes, it is true, it is expected to average out for the year at 2%. But this is just the start, Mr. President. Unemployment is the lowest in 5 years at 12.9%, with youth unemployment declining by 2%, Mr. President. A myriad of investments, both foreign and local, in mining, tourism, and the BPO sectors are set to reduce these figures further. Agriculture is growing at unprecedented levels. We have stabilized the currency. For the past 8 days as at Wednesday, and I didn't see the figures yesterday, but for the past 8 days as at Wednesday, the currency had actually appreciated, Mr. President. Tax collection was at $6 billion ahead of target. And, you know, Senator Brown, it's not a part of my presentation, but I'm going to share with you a document, because perhaps you didn't read it when it was put out. In our manifesto, Mr. President, we listed a 10-point plan. That is what we were elected on, Mr. President. Several of the items within our 10-point plan have been implemented. Several of them are on the way, and we will hit our targets, Mr. President, before the end of our term, implementing the 10-point plan. You know, colleagues, I recall the doom and gloom being spouted in this very chamber when we debated the budget last year. Take note, colleagues, the sky is not falling. There are challenges. Yes. There is no doubt, however, that we are on the verge of something which has eluded us, certainly for the better part of 30 years. Yes. That is real, tangible growth. Mr. President, the persons who have received the additional money in their pockets from the first phase of the tax reform plan can definitely tell you about this growth, Senator Brown. Perhaps you haven't been speaking to them. They would be very, very unhappy if it was taken away from them, sir. Do not badmind people in money. I noted, however, there is much work to be done to make prosperity a reality. Yes. It will not be overnight. There are indeed two elephants in the room. One is productivity, and the other is crime. See, it was in the presentation, Senator Brown. Mr. President, I fully appreciate the need for... Oh. Mr. President, on the topic of productivity, I fully appreciate the need for large investments, whether foreign or local, to make large impact quickly. Lord knows we need large impact quickly. Our people deserve it. Yeah. We are, however, ignoring that much of our destiny rests in our own hands, in the hands of all Jamaicans. According to the Jamaica Productivity Center, productivity improvement is paramount to achieving sustainable and inclusive economic growth, growth in employment, improved living standards, and global competitiveness. In other words, without productivity, the well-being of society will either stagnate or deteriorate. Mr. President, that explains so much. They further posit that since 2001, total factor productivity in Jamaica has declined by a rate of 0.5% annually. This contrasts with our major trading partners who have all experienced net positives in their productivity scores during the same period. The main factors leading to their growth in productivity include capital intensity, labor quality, and total factor productivity made positive contributions to their economy's overall labor productivity growth, while the positive contributions of capital intensity and labor quality outweighed negative contributions of total factor productivity. On the other hand, Mr. President, declines in labor quality, capital intensity, and total factor productivity caused Jamaica's labor productivity to decline. There are agreed strategies that can reverse this trend. These include, 1, factors of economic growth, which include things like reduction of jobless growth and the addition of unproductive workers to the employed force, lower inflationary pressures, increases in FDI and trade to facilitate technology transfers. Mr. President, these factors are already taking place, and we expect improved results shortly. However, the strides we require also must include, 2, the recommendations of the 2007 UN IDO study to increase total factor productivity. This includes considering incentivizing employers with tax credits, continue to make critical, well-planned investments in education, health, infrastructure, institution openness, competition, financial development, and absorptive capacity of knowledge and technology. Employers should seek to implement a pay-to-productivity system in the workplace. Create and nurture innovation, Mr. President. Increase capital formation and improve resource allocation. Mr. President, there is, however, another step that I believe the government must take if Jamaica is to achieve improved productivity. This is the relaunch of the National Productivity Week. This program has fallen off of the calendar since its last staging in 2013. Now more than ever, we need its return, but not a return on paper or purely ceremonial in nature. This initiative, to be worth it, would require the outpouring and energy and effort from all in society. It would certainly require the buy-in from the Jamaica Employers Federation and all the unions. I'm sure my colleagues here representing unions would be willing to support. It is my hope that this National Productivity Week would be marked by a national commitment by every employee to work a little longer and harder that week. Employers would provide additional transportation for those who work late. The police would stay out a little later to ensure that those going home under the cloak of darkness would be secure. Even students would study a little harder, Mr. President, so we would see better results at the end of the year. Imagine no license or permit requests left in a government office unresponded to at the end of a week, Mr. President. That certainly would drive prosperity. Mr. President, improvements in productivity and indeed capacity of our people are as critical to macroeconomic stability, are as critical to growth as macroeconomic stability, and must be confronted. The other elephant I mentioned is indeed crime. Mr. President, as I segue, allow me to pass on condolences to the family and friends of 15-year-old Shanika Gray, who was this week found brutally murdered. I am indeed, and I'm sure you all share my sentiment, angered by her untimely demise. I tell you, over the past decades, certainly for the entire duration of my life, there have been too many like her. Time comes, Mr. President, for us to improve intelligence capabilities of the police and to fund our justice system and ensure that these heartless criminals are caught and brought to swift justice. Fixing this problem, Mr. President, requires a non-partisan approach. It requires all well-thinking Jamaicans to unite against the scourge of criminality. Mr. President, our hard-working State Minister of National Security is here. I am sure at the appropriate times and at the appropriate juncture, he will keep you abreast of all plans to move this situation forward. But permit me to say something a little deeper on crime, especially coming after Mr. Senator Brown's presentation. This administration has not yet marked 1 year in office. And yet we hear the opposition in many areas calling for resignations here and there, unwarranted resignations. It seems, just as my colleague Senator Brown's presentation seems to ignore quite a bit of history. You know, spreading tales in essence. In assessing the state of the nation, let us not forget, Mr. President, that when Edward Seaga spent his last full year in office in 1988, there were 414 persons killed. 414 persons too many. But during the next decade and a half to follow, under the then PNP administration, that figure more than tripled, Mr. President. Indeed, Mr. President, in 2005, while under then Security Minister, and now potentially incoming PNP President, although I'm not sure if that's premature, was at the control of Jamaica, when we recorded 1,674 murders, Mr. President. That is a rate of 58 per 1,000 people, which was the highest murder rate at that time in the world, Mr. President. And we can go on and on. But, Mr. President, I wish to point to the title of your presentation, Senator Brown. It says, "A nation in fear, murders stalk the land." But I too can quote from articles past, Mr. President. It was you, Senator Lambert Brown, in a Gleaner article, October 9th, 2005, while we became the murder capital of this world that we live in, that wrote an article that said, "Only Pyrrhic victories may be achieved by generating fear." Mr. President, this presentation is set to generate fear and does not acknowledge that we have come afar. No. We all have. Mr. President, when I see gleeful calls for resignation of hard-working public servants, when lives are lost, my words to you, Senator Brown, is cut the opportunism, cut the hypocrisy regarding crime and violence, and let's recognize that for any administration to fix this problem, it will take time, significant investment, and a genuine effort by all well-thinking stakeholders. In fact, we need you on board, and I invite you, despite the 51-minute time. But let us not forget, and I'm not so good at maths, perhaps Senator Webby can. Mr. President, at the time being what it is, I beg that you beg to move that the time be extended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day.
House Leader moves motion for extension. The question is that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. President, we need all hands on deck where crime is concerned. But much was said during the 51-minute tirade before any solutions were presented to this House. Mr. President, in 2011, the murder rate in this country, or rather the number of people murdered, was 1,125. 1,125 too many. But in 2015, the number of people murdered in Jamaica was 1,192. No, hold on. I come into that because that's an important year. I come into that. So the cumulative impact of the former administration on the murder rate was what? It's the same amount of people, give or take 70 people, which is 70 too many. They made no impact on the murder rate, Mr. President. In 2014, where they had short-term, where they had gains, 1,005 people. 1,005 people were made in 2014. It appeared we were on the right track. Then what happened in the year after? An 18.6% murder spike. Lambert Brown, I did not hear you call for Peter Bunting's resignation. In 2015 to 2016, there was, this year, at the close of last year, there was a 13% increase, which is 13% too much. And we are not by any means, Mr. President, not acknowledging that there is a problem. There is a problem. And we have time and time again outlined what we are doing. I am sure Senator Brown has read the expenditure estimates and is aware that additional investments are coming. Indeed, our current minister and this administration are not skylarking in St. Mary or maybe even Portland, for that matter. Rather, we are busy putting our money where our mouth is. We are investing billions in improving surveillance capabilities, along with police mobility, intelligence gathering, and border security. I'm sure you saw the recent upgrading of the forensic labs, because we have to find the criminals and seize the illegal guns and stop illegal weaponry from coming into Jamaica. That, Mr. President, is a pillar of solving our murder problem. Mr. President, You cannot discuss crime without discussing social morality. Mr. President, sir, part of the moral awakening Jamaica needs is for law enforcement to be given the support it requires in separating the good from the bad in society. There are many good policemen and pastors, for example, who dedicate their lives to making this country a better place. They are to be lauded and appreciated. But, Mr. President, I watched in horror this week as the head of Oka made a disclosure in Parliament that the majority of high-profile sex offenders who violate our nation's children are pastors and policemen. Mr. President, I am sure we are all in this chamber troubled by this. Mr. President, I say this to you, sir. The Soka boss and our security forces are to be given our full support in rooting out and bringing to justice any corrupt person that may prey on the nation's children. Whether that person goes by the title pastor, police, or whether that person is the average Jill or Joe. Agreed. Agreed. The rule of law must prevail, Mr. President. We must confront this elephant in the room as well. Mr. President, I know our Senate leader, the leader of opposition business, and yourself, well, in the case, not the acting president, are all beyond familiar with the law, may be quick to remind us of the separation of powers doctrine, that the law should not discriminate against any profession. But I put it to you, sir, that we are living in abnormal times in Jamaica. Our children place their trust in policemen, teachers, pastors, and even politicians, Senator Brown, who have a significant duty to care for them. But we are told by law enforcement that oftentimes some of these are among the most prevalent high-profile child abusers. Mr. President, isn't it time for us lawmakers, that is this legislative arm of the state, to consider sending a strong signal to impose mandatory sentences of 25 to 30 years in prison for convicted sex offenders who have a duty to protect our children by virtue of their profession, Mr. President? To whom much is given, much is expected. It is my view that we should pursue these legislative changes. Mr. President, the next pillar of prosperity, as I see it, is sustainability. Sustainable development is the only true path to a brighter future. As such, I will discuss briefly the administration's approach to the environment. Mr. President, we are an administration which cares about the environment. Yes. We care. Yes. And we are not just talking the talk, we are indeed walking the walk. We have no doubt that the actions we take to combat the effects of climate change and indeed contribute to its global halt are for our own survival as a small island developing state. Jamaica's climate change actions take place at 3 different levels with the aim of building resilience to said climate change in Jamaica. At the global level, Mr. President, Jamaica signed the Paris Agreement in April 2016 and is in the final stages of preparation to ratify the agreement and to deposit its instrument of ratification. This is the single most important step to combating climate change that the world has taken and bodes well for our children's future. Jamaica's international participation doesn't stop there, Mr. President. As a nation, we also provide leadership at the global level through the Climate Change Division. On the Executive Committee, through the Climate Change Division, on the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, and on the Non-Annex 1 Countries Adaptation Committee of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Jamaica, through the CCD, is actively pursuing efforts to assess climate financing through green climate funds to assist with national mitigation projects, Mr. President. At the national level, the Climate Change Policy Framework sets the mandate for national actions and initiatives. The framework is actively being implemented by the Climate Change Division. 12 climate-proofed sector strategies and action plans are targeted to be developed. To date, the forestry sector plan have been completed and the agriculture sector strategy is being worked on. Expectation is that these will be completed within two years. Mr. President, we should all recall it was a mere 10 days ago that Minister Vaz stood in the other place and made designations of 12 new forestry reserves, totaling 1,862 hectares. A climate change focal point network has also been established, Mr. President, supported by the CCD to ensure continuity and assist with mainstreaming of climate change into all plans and programs of the ministries, departments, and agencies across the entire government, Mr. President. This approach to climate change is but another example of this administration working towards an integrated government while leaving nothing to chance. At the community level, Mr. President, projects are being funded and implemented to ensure resilience is built from the ground up. Projects being implemented include climate change adaptation to the Portland Bight area, protected area, fisheries ecosystem adaptation strategies and technology to improve climate change resilience in the Negril marine protected areas, rehab of the Montego Bay waterfront, development of climate change adaptation strategies for Portland. These are projects funded through grants from the German Development Bank and executed by the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. Under the Japan-Caribbean Climate Change Partnership, 2 community projects are being executed through these grants, improving the adaptive capacity to climate change through rehabilitation, construction of water harvesting infrastructure in North Central Caribbean, and promoting climate-smart technologies in secondary schools through enhancement of the 4-H Club's supported school gardens program, Mr. President. This is taking place in 10 schools. A third project on water harvesting is also being developed for funding in the Cascade area of St. Anne. Under the pilot project for climate resilience, Mr. President, $80 million through IDB grant funding has been approved for projects to be implemented in 18 community groups across Jamaica. Disbursement will come as early as March 2017 by the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, there are indeed 2 other areas in which the government is taking its environmental responsibilities seriously. Firstly, we should all recall the motion passed in this Honourable House of October of last year regarding the banning of imports of 2 non-biodegradable materials, namely single-use plastic bags and polystyrene foam. It is my pleasure to announce today that the commitment of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation to take the necessary steps for the motions to be implemented. As the motion had called for, multi-stakeholder committees being set up to make recommendations to the government as how this should be implemented. This committee will be chaired by Dr. Paris Liu. Upon commencement of its work, it is expected to table recommendations within the ministry within 100 days. It is commendable additionally that the largest local producer of styrofoam has already commenced testing of the biodegradable form of this material for market introduction later this year. So kudos definitely have to be given to Wisinka for taking that step. Secondly, agreed. Secondly, one would recall the joint initiative launched by the previous administration in 2014 in collaboration with the members of the private sector, dubbed the Recycling Partners of Jamaica Limited. This was a program supported by JEEP, which provided funding to collect and recycle plastic bottles while providing employment for those collecting and processing the material. This partnership is responsible, Mr. President, for the recycling of 2.3 million pounds of plastic. Additionally, the entity currently partners with 68 schools for collection, which helps to sensitize children for the future. Well, Mr. President, I am here to state, and happy to state here today, that the administration will indeed be continuing this partnership and congratulate the past administration for a good step. The status. This partnership in its current form sees the government contribute $50 million and the private sector contribute $25 million to the recycling of plastic waste. And it is a good initiative and will be strengthened under the new dispensation. Mr. President, I noted that I would also touch on the state of Jamaican energy. Mr. President, there should be no surprise that on the heels of the environmental section of my presentation, I would choose to focus on the state of renewable energy within Jamaica. The targets as outlined in the National Energy Policy previously had targeted 20% energy by renewable sources by 2030. As announced by Minister Wheatley in the other place, we have changed that target to 30% in 2030. This will both reduce our carbon footprint while reducing the national addiction to foreign exchange. Mr. President, The energy generated currently from renewable sources in Jamaica is at 10.5% of net electricity generation. In 2016, an additional 80 megawatts of generating capacity from renewable sources was connected to the national grid. More particularly, 24 megawatts was commissioned in June 2016 by Prime Minister Andrew Holness with the implementation of Wigton 3 by Wigton Farm Limited. 36.6 megawatts of wind power was commissioned in August 2016 by Blue Mountain Renewables. Content Solar construction completed and energized, producing 20 megawatts of electricity to the grid. To give context as to the importance of these projects, Mr. President, the Wigton facility listed consists 12 2-megawatt wind turbines, a 9.6 kilometer transmission line, and a new substation. It is projected to generate 63,000 megawatt hours annually. The wind energy plant is expected to reduce the national oil consumption by 37,000 barrels per year. Mr. President, this will save the country $230 million annually at current oil prices. It also increases the renewable energy input to the national grid by over. It was commissioned in 2016 by Prime Minister Andrew Holness. But yes, it was started. Under the People's National Government. Don't worry, I have something coming for you. Fortunately, Mr. President, more renewable energy is on the way to the Jamaican grid. In 2016, there was the award of a license to the 8 Rivers Energy Company to supply up to 37 megawatts of electricity from a solar photovoltaic plant located in Westmoreland. The total investment for this project is slated to be approximately US $50 million. This is slated to provide energy at the proposed price of US $8.54 per kilowatt hour. It is to be commissioned in December 2018. The net billing pilot program, which was administered by the OUR, came to an end, and the MSET began the process of accepting applications as of January 1, 2017 for the permanent program. Since April 2016, 221 net billing licenses have been granted, Mr. President. Conversion of the Bogue Power Plant, Mr. President. As we continue the energy review, it is important to remind the nation that this power plant was also fully converted to dual fuel capacity with liquefied natural gas and automotive diesel in 2016. Furthermore, the LNG terminal in Montego Bay was commissioned and opened in November 2016 to supply the Bogue Power Plant. Mr. President, over US $200 million was invested in the construction of the LNG terminal by New Fortress Energy North Holdings Limited. Yet another win for the sector. Mr. President, you will recall I started the energy section of this presentation by acknowledging the more ambitious targets set by Minister Wheatley in the updated energy policy, 30% in 2030, which certainly complements the top-line objective of 5 in 4. Mr. President, this is not a pipe dream, nor is this lip service being paid to the nation's energy supply. Mr. President, I'm happy to state here today in this chamber that Jamaica will target a further 100 megawatts of renewable energy for the grid, with a new invitation for proposal to be made to the public in the very, very near future. In fact, this year, Mr. President. This project will have a transformative effect on the sector and indeed the country. These projects will no doubt strengthen a pillar for competitiveness and development, which is cheap, reliable, and clean energy. The management of this sector is certainly giving the car on the road to prosperity the gas it needs to drive.
If only Jeep had that.
I tell you, they had bad gas. But, Mr. President, confronting the elephants in the room of crime and productivity, while staying the economic course that we have embarked upon, working on our environmental sustainability and energy are all pillars of the prosperity we so badly crave for our people in Jamaica, Mr. President. They are all necessary to continuing improving the state of our nation. Should it please you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Fraser-Binns, I noticed that you got applause from both sides. I trust that at the close of your speech you will attract the same attention.
I'm very positive that it will happen, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the State of the Nation's debate for the year 2016-2017. And it is with mixed emotions that I stand to make this contribution. It is mixed emotion because heretofore we embarked on a journey where the reapers are not the sowers, and the reapers have long forgotten about those who labored in the vineyard. But more than this, Mr. President, the state of our nation is on one hand fairly good, but on the other, frighteningly fearful. The state of our nation on the one hand is good because a solid foundation was laid by the previous government under the leadership of the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. It is the state of the nation is good because our beloved country continues to enjoy the benefits of this foundation, which has brought about by the sacrifice of all Jamaicans and to whom we are forever indebted. I only ask this administration that as they enjoy the fruits, they remember the sweat, the toil, the sacrifice of all Jamaicans. And I say, the harvest is plenty, but do not squander it. The state of our nation is uncertain. Is uncertain in that the once trusting and open relationship established with our international partners and allies now lies in the balance, particularly with recent overseas trips. The state of our nation is broken. It is broken because as I sat here and I listened today, almost everyone in this house was born post-1962. And the justification for doing one thing, is that the previous administration did it, and that makes it right. Mr. President, that is the indication of a broken country, because as leaders, we are called upon to exercise fairness and openness. The state of our nation is frighteningly fearful as persons wonder aloud, sometimes not so loudly, whether there is any place in this prosperous Jamaica for them. Persons wonder whether they will have a chance to enjoy this much talked about prosperity. These persons are mainly our poor, our pensioners, our landless, these persons who do not benefit from the 1 or the 1.5. And so I ask, as we consider the state of our nation, 1.5, yes, but how will they stay alive? Mr. President, much acclaim, much has been said by the Economic Growth Council in its 5 in 4. And we commend the quest for 5 in 4 because we all want growth. But as we reflect on this quest, we are compelled to ask, 5 in 4, yes, but what of our poor? I say that because we have not done enough collectively as a parliament, as leaders, to give our poor people a chance. We have not done enough to give our people an equal opportunity to benefit from whatever progress there is and will be. And I say that because minimum wage has not been increased. Our security forces continue to be under-resourced. Our farmers, our domestic workers, our pensioners, and other fixed income earners have seemingly not been considered in this 5 in 4. So I ask, 5 in 4, what of the poor? The poor, Mr. President, the poor, Mr. President, many of whom through hard work, through family largesse, much sacrifice and struggle have owned a piece of this rock, and with the lack of prosperity are now forced to consider whether they will be able to continue to own that rock with the tax package that will be announced by this government. We, Mr. President, are now in a situation where the government which a government that wants to sell people's land for non-payment of taxes, a government that plans to terminate LAMP, a program that has helped so many persons to have a title for their property, a government that intends to increase taxes and put even more hardship on our people. So I ask, Mr. President, 5 in 4, but what of our commitment to the poor and the vulnerable among us? Mr. President, it was the founding father, Norman Manley, who said, land is the only source of the material life of the people. It provides food and shelter. It furnishes work and wealth. It is the basis of all production, of all development, of all security, of all growth. It is the very truth, the root of our being. And it is in this vein, Mr. President, that I shall use my State of the Nation to discuss issues relative to land ownership, and the environment. The state of our nation is frightening, as land, the root of our being, is being relegated. And if the Minister of Finance has his way, as announced in the Jamaica Observer, and I do read other books, but as announced in the Jamaica Observer, will possibly be taken away by the acts based on the bill that was tabled in the other place last week. It is therefore not surprising that a most vital asset, such as land, is not referenced in any real way in the 10-point or in the Growth Council. I do have a copy, and the tenets it deems important for economic development. This is quite unfortunate because land has the power to transform lives. Land has the power to help to make the poor progressive and the progressive wealthy, and therefore must be a part of any development agenda. Mr. President, land policy, land rights, and land reform have a critical bearing on all economic and poverty reduction undertaking in this country. And it is in that light that I make an urgent appeal to the government to expedite the amendments to the Special Provisions Act. What is the Special Provisions Act? It is called the Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping, and Tenure Clarification Act, which was used to establish LAMP and is used to accelerate and to make easier the registration of persons, registration of titles. When the last administration left office, these amendments were far advanced. Almost 1 year later, they still have not been tabled in this Parliament. These amendments sought to, among other things, 1, deal with the issue of generation land, whereby anyone will be able to apply for title without having to obtain grant of probate or grant of administration in the courts. 2, it will allow landowners to be able to tack on the years of previous owners to attain the minimum period of 12 years. And thirdly, and very importantly for our culture, it seeks to legislate that the disposition of land can be done orally. As it is now, our law provides that any matter to do with land should be in writing. And this amendment will ensure that it recognizes the oral culture of our Jamaican. These issues, Mr. President, are so very critical to the sustenance of our country, to our people, to the movement from poverty to progress, that the government must move with haste to accelerate these amendments. Mr. President, what we need is laws that are pro-poor. The existing laws and policies relating to land are anti-poor, and they do not support the poor. In fact, the main law that governs registration of land, the Registration of Titles Act, was passed in 1838. And since then, only 2 amendments have been made in its 179 years. The amendment that deals with vesting and the amendment with adverse possession. This is woefully inadequate and has allowed a lot of injustice to be meted out to our Jamaican people. As parliamentarians, as legislators, we have a duty to remedy this injustice that have continued to be perpetuated against our people. It is our duty. And as we talk about land, Mr. President, I have to speak about a very burdensome issue, and that has to do with the separation of planning from titling. Mr. President Cavan and members on my side, you will recall that in my previous presentation, I made a call to my government at the day that the issue of land titling must be separated from planning. Yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting with close to 100 persons in North Trelawney, and I was brought to my knees in disappointment and in hurt and anger, I must admit, when I hear the stories of persons who for years have been living on land and cannot obtain the title because the government of the day, whichever government it is, have always maintained that they seek to put in developmental infrastructural development. In one instance, one lady shared with me that 35 acres of land was given to a community. There is absolutely no dispute as to who owns the land. This gift was done in writing. Over $7 million was paid to the government. And between 1985, when the gift was made, to 2017, generations later, still have not been able to obtain a title for their land. This, Mr. President, is the highest form of injustice. This, Mr. President, is the result of what happens because of the continued desire to twin the issue of titling with planning. And this, Mr. President, is not a political issue. It is not a PMP issue. It is not a JLP issue. It is a governance issue. And so, Mr. President, as I called on the government when we were in power, I call on this government that we move quickly to separate the issue of planning from titling. we need, Mr. President, to free up the titling process so that persons can have real live assets in their hand, so that persons can use land as a live asset to transform their lives, to undertake economic activities. They can be a part of the bed and breakfast. They can do boarding. They can do lodging. They can do agriculture. There are so many things that one can do when that dead asset becomes live by way of a certificate of title. And so I call, as I have always done, that we move quickly to do that. Mr. President, as I continue my State of the Nation, I again call.
You know, unlike Senator Brown, who did not require my attention, I'm standing to Senator Fraser Binns and asking you to allow her to complete her very useful presentation without interruption. Thank you, Senator Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also call on the government to move quickly to establish adjudication committees in all parishes. Again, this is not a political issue. In fact, it should not even be a matter for discourse. It is impatient of debate. The SPA
economic issue.
provides that adjudication committees should be established in all parishes. And to date, we have only established 7 committees. These adjudication committees are established in communities and hear issues of land dispute. At the end of the hearing, a determination is made and a certificate of possession, of ownership, is given to who the adjudicator believes is the registered owner. This process is useful because, 1, it means that you do not have to go to court to determine ownership. It is also useful because what it does is that when an application is made at the titles office for ownership, for registered title, the referee of title, the person who makes the determination, does not look beyond the certificate of ownership. But more so, what it does is that it takes into consideration our culture, our oral culture. It takes into consideration dead left property, and it takes into consideration the fact that the community oftentimes know more about ownership than those of us who are doing the documentation. And so, Mr. President, if we are serious about transforming lives, if we're serious about growth, if we're serious about development, then the adjudication committee must be established in every single parish in Jamaica. And this has another effect. It is no doubt that part of the problem we have with crime is over property. Through the adjudication committee, these disputes can be heard and a determination made, and it reduces that social unrest or crime that can result. Mr. President, the state of our nation begs us to focus as never before on the issue of land ownership. And as I plead for land ownership and for more to be done to help the poor, I am extremely sad with certain developments that are taking place at one government entity. And that is the Land Administration and Management Program. It is my information that there are plans to disband LAMP. What? And Mr. President, let me say that that is a mistake. Whereas LAMP may not have achieved all its objectives, the Land Administration and Management Program has over the years served to help the most neediest of Jamaicans to obtain a title for their property. It is true I see Senator Graham is here. Senator Golden is here. Mr. President, yourself. And we know that the cost to obtain a title at the private bar is exponential compared to the minimal fee that is, and Sinclair, I'm sorry, compared to the minimal fee that is paid on the lamp. The hard truth, not the alternate facts, the hard truth, Mr. President, is that in 2017, no well-thinking government can disband lamp because Jamaica simply cannot afford to reverse the gains of lamp and other bodies that have been tasked with land titling and regularization. Mr. President, I am even more concerned because with the talks of disbanding lamp, it does not appear that a real replacement or alternate has been established. Herman De Soto, who writes extensively on land and the asset it is, says most of the poor already possess the asset they need to make them a success. But they hold those resources in defective forms. They lack the process to represent their property and to create capital. They have houses, but no titles. Lamp, Mr. President, is the avenue through which these persons can not only have houses, but title. It is the only avenue, it is the avenue where these persons can create capital and be a part of the ownership society. And so I ask, Mr. President, that as we reflect on the state of our nation, and in particular the future of lamp, that the government answers the following question. 1, what is the planned date to disband lamp? 2, if that is correct. 2, if lamp is in fact terminated, will it be replaced and what will it be replaced with? 3, what will happen to the parishes that are now presently served by lamp? What of any special arrangements with lamp and the Development Bank of Jamaica regarding the funds that were allocated for titling? What arrangements, if any, are in place to subsidize the cost of obtaining title by the neediest in our society? And I also ask, what are the plans of the staff? And how many, if any, staff members will be terminated? These, Mr. President, are critical questions that we must ask if my information is correct. The undisputable fact is that the issue of land ownership is at the heart of fighting poverty. Therefore, Mr. President, as post-independence leaders, we must seek to redress the atrocity of landlessness among the poor that has historically been an issue. This must be our resolve. This Parliament cannot continue to ignore the responsibility it has, and we must collectively take every action to correct this wrong. And in this light, Mr. President, radio show or no radio show, I use this forum to call for a joint select committee of Parliament to be established to, among other things, examine and review all the laws relating to land, land ownership, titling, regularization of ownership, squatting, and informal settlement. It is only then that we can show to the Jamaican people that we are serious about their plight, that we are serious about creating an ownership society, that land is not just for the privileged, but land is for every Jamaican who deserves to own a piece of the rock. I now, Mr. President, turn to the issue of property tax. The Jamaica Observer, Mayor, in December 2016 said, property tax increase to help fund the 1.5 income tax deal.
Serious?
You want to hear what I have to say? You know, Mr. President.
Please do not.
Mr. President, you know that my friend and colleague, you will appreciate that one of the good things about us post-independence children is that we have the benefit of knowledge and research. And we can't justify everything that you did it, so we must do it. That does not hold in 2017. But I shall continue because I digress. This government has spoken about its plan to increase property taxes, and we unequivocally decry that move. The state of the nation simply cannot afford that move. And that move is plain and simple anti-poor. And I will tell you why. Before the government seeks to increase the property tax, it must undertake a holistic review of land and property ownership, including property tax. Successive governments, I repeat, successive governments, because as a progressive youth leader, I don't play tick for tat. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And so I say that progressive Mr. President, you know that right. Come on, as a trade unionist, you know that right and wrong knows no color. That's right. So, before we embark on this proposed increase, what is required is a holistic review of the property tax system. That can't be debated. It is impatient of debate. Come on. Two wrongs cannot make a right. Successive governments.
Senator Fraser Binns, do not be distracted by Senator Brown, you know.
Mr. President, I will not allow Senator Cavan Gale to distract me. Successive governments have undertaken an ad hoc approach to property taxation in this country. And that does not inure to the benefit of anyone. Perhaps the wealthiest, but not the neediest. The increase in property tax must therefore be done as part of an overall review and approach to land ownership. At the same time, Mr. President, in looking at the review, it may mean that we may have to consider paying tax on the improved as opposed to unimproved value. Presently, Jamaica pays property tax on the unimproved value. Perhaps the time has come for us to make that consideration. And in making that consideration, we have to give particular consideration to our neediest. But it is inequitable that the person who lives in a certain community pays a nominal fee for property tax because of the unimproved value, but the building on the property is in excess of what the land itself is valued. It is inequitable. It cannot be that the person with a $40 million house on it is being asked to pay the same in property tax as a person that owns land only. We will have to consider reclassification. We may have to look, Mr. Mayor, on how we deal with zoning. We have to engage all the stakeholders, and that is why I repeat that we need to have a joint committee of Parliament that looks at the issue of land in general, including property tax. At the same time, Mr. President, there is a need to amend the Land Valuation and Property Tax Act to reflect the present-day realities. The reality of it is that, and particularly in the rural communities, you have persons who are in possession or who own just a house spot on a larger parcel of land, and they are called upon to pay the property tax for the larger parcel of land which they do not own or occupy, instead of just the one spot that they own or occupy, the house spot. That is a different issue. But the point I am making is that we have to get to the point where we take a holistic view on how we treat with these issues. As we look at the issue of property tax, I am convinced that increasing the property tax cannot be the answer. And why do I say that? I have with me, Mr. President, the tax collection, and Mr. Mayor, you will be pleased to know that this is not coming from the Observer or the Gleaner. I have with me the tax collection report for the last 5 years. And what does it show? It shows that on average, the country has a compliance rate of just over 50%. No, if you have non-compliance, the answer cannot be to increase it. It means, therefore, that as a country, we have to find creative ways to see how we can encourage compliance. But I also find much discomfort in the proposal. Not only because the increase is going to affect the neediest, not only because the increase is going to affect the poor, the pensioners, and the fixed income earner, but I am troubled, Senator Hill, and if you listen, you may learn, that when one considers, I'm also troubled because of the intent and the purpose for which the government wants to increase property tax. Mr. Mayor, I do hope you will find favor with what I'm saying, Senator Mayor. As stated in the Observer, the intent for which the tax is to be increased, is to fund the $1.5 million. Now, Mr. President, oh, sorry, Mr. President, so sorry. Speaker time. Really?
Thank you, Minister. The Speaker's time having expired, I ask that I asked the question, should her time be extended to complete her presentation? Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Fraser.
Thank you. Of course I vote for myself. Listen, we lost Maytown by 1 vote. You know, I voted for myself. You can say you know, had that one person voted, Delroy would not be mayor today. But colleagues, seriously, I am concerned because the intent of the increase is to go to the consolidated budget, consolidated fund. And I do believe that this is inherently wrong. It does not matter if it was done in the past. It is wrong. Property tax should be paid over to the parish councils, to the local authorities. the potential to cripple the parish councils. These funds should be used specifically for community-related services and no other purpose. They should be used to fix our parochial roads. They should be used to fix our drainage, to deal with garbage collection, to fix our street light and issues like that. Not be used to close a gap in the budget.
Are you, Senator Hill, you're taking a point about or you just...
Point of order, Mr. President. For the record, sir, property taxes do go to local government and not to the consolidated fund.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I said something, and I hope I was not being facetious, but I repeat, if you listen, you'll learn. Because what I said is that the proposal is that the funds will go. That is what it says. That's what it says, to close the budget. And I'm saying that I'm quite sure that the minister in the other place will state expressly, and if that's intent, then I'll be happy. I shall continue because I digressed. Mr. President, I propose that when we consider property tax, that given the low compliance rate, if the minister intends and continues with his proposal to increase property tax, I make a counter proposal that he considers granting a period of amnesty. And secondly, that the interest and penalties for the last 7 years be waived so as to allow persons to pay up. It's not controversial, so I understand. Mr. President, I shall not delve into the issue of crime because my colleague Senator Brown spoke about it and he got some support from Senator Samuda. But I shall say that we are all agreed that crime and violence cripples the economy and impacts negatively on growth. And I don't think we are short of reasons for crime. And I don't think we are short of recommendations. But I shall just add one other recommendation for consideration. And that is we consider how land ownership and planning affects crime and violence. A study that was done by the U.S. Department of Justice revealed that the physical environment influences crime. And the study goes on to say that a potential offender or potential criminal, before he commits the offense, considers certain things. One, how easy it is to enter the scene. What are the chances of being caught or seen? And thirdly, whether there is a quick or a direct route for him to leave the occasion after the crime is committed. And therefore, it becomes important that we enforce our planning regulations. It also becomes important that we take a second look at our communities and be a part of the renewal, urban and rural renewal. When one looks at some communities, and I will not call any names, but if we go into some communities, when you go behind some of the high zinc fences, you are surprised that a whole community, a whole development exists behind those zinc fences. And the truth is that that area may not always be familiar to our law enforcement officers and can act as easy getaway routes for our criminals. And so I ask that serious consideration be given to the issue of planning and crime. And at the same time, I do know there is no contradiction, sir. So what are you saying? There's no conflict. There's no conflict. Mr. President, as I continue, I also plug in that there should be strict adherence to the creation of green spaces in all communities for our children and our families. A DFID study concludes that land ownership is an issue of governance. And it says, and I will quote, "The recognition of land rights and all that it entails for thousands of persons who live in informal settlements is essential in promoting the rule of law. The harsh truth is that where there are no effective, legitimate channels for land access, squatting and land invasion become legitimate in the eyes of the poor. It is not that they want to squat, but for some of them, they have very little choice. Land ownership, therefore, is a public good and must be accessible to all." I turn to the issue of environment, and I'm winding down. The state of our nation amidst the presentation of Senator Samuda is still not environmentally friendly. Not only has this government refused to name or to have a ministry specifically tasked with issues of the environment, but the area of environment is housed in a ministry tasked with development, where it appears that development could trump the environment. Coupled with this, only 2 paragraphs in the throne speech spoke to the issue of environment. And one wonders whether it is a testament or an indication of the importance that this administration places on the environment. These 2 paragraphs spoke to, among other things, the need to review environmental laws. But I ask quickly, and Senator Samuda, you seem to have the minister's ear, what of the NEPA Act? NEPA does not have an act. In fact, NEPA has been operating under 2 pieces of legislation that were promulgated before its establishment. Time comes, you will agree, for us to have an act that governs NEPA, and I don't believe that is a contentious issue. As I conclude, Mr. President, as we reflect on the state of our nation, there is a sense of foreboding, not to give Pyrrhic victory, but of foreboding by many persons as they consider their future in this, our blessed country. As we consider the state of our nation, many persons are forced to consider the results of February 25th. Many persons are forced to consider the real meaning of prosperity and progress as they weigh in the balance their desire to own a piece of the rock, the proposed dismantling of land, and whether they will ever be able to pay for a registered title. A sense of foreboding and uncertainty for the employees of LAMP, and this is factual, not alternate fact, as many wonder about their future and what will happen to them at the end of their 6 months contract, which is now being given to everyone. Many wonder, how will they send their children to school? How will they pay their property tax? And worse, will their land be sold for failure to pay that property tax because they've lost their job? All of this while trying to anticipate the tax package which will be announced in the next 7 days. But, Mr. President, the truth is that it is not a time for us to grandstand or stand grandly or to revel in the result of February 25th. Rather, I am convinced that it is a time for open and honest dialogue by the government and the civil society. It is a time for us to really question the honesty and the sincerity of giving with one hand and taking with 5. As we reflect on the state of our nation, we remind the government that it is their duty to take decisive action in the best interest of all Jamaicans to create hope and to ensure that every single Jamaican's dream and aspirations can be realized, that people can live their full potential in this your land, Jamaica, and that they do not feel that they have to migrate to own a piece of any rock. But as a country, as we reflect on the state of this our nation, I believe that with all the uncertainties, it is not a time to lose hope, because we shall overcome. We shall look to the hills from whence our help has always and will always come, and we shall stand firm. In closing, Mr. President, amidst the daunting task, I say we are a resilient people. And as former Prime Minister Michael Manley said, and I quote, "We come too far now. We're not turning back. We have a pride now. We have a place now. We have a mission. Together, we are going to march forward under God's heaven, building Jamaica as Jamaicans. Better must come. And I say to Jamaicans, hold on, don't lose hope. The tides will change, the government too. Better must come. Help is on the way. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fraser-Bin. Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I am extremely privileged to serve at the appointment of the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, in this august body. Mr. President, if I didn't read Proverbs about humility, I would have thought that this was about the state, not of the nation, but of another senator across from my good friend, Senator Brown. And I must say, Mr. President, I take no offense whatsoever. As he said, we're in the kitchen, we must take the heat.
And I look at the fact that I was quoted from 2014 to say that, yes, crime was bad then, it's bad now, and I stand by that statement. Just as I stand by the statement that we should train Jamaicans and put on their foreheads, many of them, fit for export so that whether they choose to stay here or not, they're able. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cook. I'm very privileged, Mr. President. All over I'm privileged to have the clerk help me so well. To have Jamaicans trained so that they can stay here or go abroad. I said that in that speech as well, as in many other things. But I'm glad I'm quoted, Mr. Chairman, and you know, the matter of disclosure came up. When I came to the Senate, I disclosed the 10, 12 companies I'm in, including the energy company that my son runs. I disclosed it. When I wrote about the JPS some years ago, I disclosed it in that article in the Gleaner. It's right there. But, Mr. President, what I sat here and when I listened to Senator Brown, I remembered what I often repeated in some seminars that I give. And as I heard the opprobrium being placed on from the Prime Minister down to everybody, and yours truly, I remembered, and this is not said in any form of malice whatsoever. It's part of what we have here in this deliberative body. I remember a story being told by a very able professor and his assistant. They were in the lab. They might have been doing chemistry. And if he was a good professor, he might have been at Monroe College, but it might even have been at Harvard. And when he walked out of the lab with his assistant, he walked at the wrong side of a mule. And the mule railed and kicked him to the ground with his white robe, probably some red earth like we have in St. Elizabeth. And the tunic of the professor, the very famous professor, got soiled and dirty, and he was somewhat hurt. A mule can kick hard. His assistant was amazingly upset. Look at this. What has happened? Why would that silly mule or whatever hurt you like that? And with grace and charm and a smile, he said to his assistant, "My good assistant, don't be upset. Look at the source of the abuse. Don't be upset. Continue. Keep going. Don't get upset at things that are thrown at you. You just have to deal with it." So, Mr. President, when you're in the kitchen, you take the heat. When one loses, Mr. President, an election, Mr. President, and moves into opposition, 11 months for the new government looks long to the new opposition. But their 4 years in government to fix the problems looks now very short indeed. That, Mr. President, is palpable hypocrisy. National Security Advisor was appointed, we're told, from the other side in December of 2016. But in January, February of 2017, early in February 3rd, in fact, you want an absolute, perfect, impeccable solution to crime when you were there for 4 years. Come on, give me a break. That is palpable hypocrisy. The state, Mr. President, I need to remind you, not much, because people are feeling it. The state of the nation is good and is improving. And let me tell you why, Mr. President. The government watched crime, my fellow senator, Senator Samuda, so ably outlined the fact that, look, this is not just a coming problem. Senator Matthew, my brother, thank you so much. You would think that 1 hour and 51 minutes of saying how bad it was would be true. In a few minutes, you made it very clear that this has been going for a while. 18 years probably time quadruple. Okay, so we are going to, in less than a year, we could not provide the exact and complete solution. We've now appointed a national security advisor. The solution is coming, and we hope we will get the support when it comes. We won't hear any nonsense about that, oh, you can't treat people that way. We're going to do it properly, but we need that support. I say to you, their solution was to watch their Minister of National Security being robbed, and a robbery that has no solution. Shame, Mr. President. Now, 11 months later, 11 months after taking power, and after they losing power, they want an immediate solution. It will come, Mr. President, because the nation has improved and is improving. The 1.5 million PAYE benefit, Mr. President, it sounds like something bad when you listen it from the other side. But they are so upset. They are upset. But that 1.5 million sweet Jamaicans that you can't tell. It's sweet them so tell. It's sweet them so tell. And that is the problem. It has worked very well. Mr. President, we were told that we put on $16 billion taxes. You know something? We looked at what the plan was, and there was an undertaking to the IMF that I read that said the gas tax will go into a separate account to be used for energy type arrangement. So we plan coming into government and say, you take with this money from the people, we're going to give it back to them in 1.5. When we go, not a penny in the coffer, Mr. President. The 9.5 million was subsumed in the consolidated fund and not sequestered, as was told. It was not sequestered, it was a commitment made. But we don't do that. We made a commitment to 1.5, commitment kept. Commitment kept. Mr. President, we said we'd give it the tax relief to people who earned 1.5 million and less. When we came in, we talked with the IMF. We made some adjustment. We didn't give it to just them. We give it to everybody. Yes. We give it to everybody. So they got a benefit. And so when we spoke about...
Sir Chairman, on a point of order. The member is misleading the Senate.
1 minute, please.
Sorry. There's no everybody who got the benefit.
Mr. Brown, that's not a point of order.
That is misleading?
That is not a point of order.
That is misleading?
It is not a point of order.
Mislead the Senate is not a point of order?
No, what you are doing is taking issue with one of his arguments and putting forward another
I'm simply saying
it
that
is
not telling
Senator
the
Brown,
country the truth.
it is not a point of order.
Mr. President, we gave the PAYE benefit to all on PAYE. All on PAYE. We did. Mr. President, I'm moving on. Because I wanted, the 10-point plan came up. So I brought it. I have the 10-point plan. So you know what? We're not even 1 year yet in the 10-point plan for 5 years. We have 5 years, not even 1 year yet. So let me tell you what we've done. The first 4 of the 10 have been done. We did the Economic Growth Council and the Job Creation Ministry. That was commitment kept. The nation has improved and is improving. We will immediately, the commitment number 2 said, we will immediately restore the benefits of the junior stock market to grow small to medium-sized business, and from a sizable base. It was done. It was completed. In fact, Mr. President, on Wednesday morning, whoever from the other side wants to go and look, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, the State Minister will be at the Jamaica Stock Exchange to list the first IPO on the junior market that has been listed since we came back to power, and restore the whole benefits to the junior stock market. That was number 2, and the nation has improved and is improving. Number 3, we committed in principle and practice to real reform of the tax system. We will again reduce transfer taxes, stamp duties, and estate taxes. Watch that space. We committed in one of our 10-point plans, number 4 under them, in less than a year, Mr. President, to help our economy grow and help you take care of your families. We will get rid of personal income tax for everyone who earns 1.5 or less. Commitment made, commitment kept. The government, the state of the nation has improved and is improving. Mr. President, I don't know what the other side seems to be so engaged and enraged, actually, in a relentless war against poor people in Jamaica. They have fought and are still fighting against the tax break we engineered for those hard-working Jamaicans who earn less than 1.5.
Senator Hill seemed to have a thing about misleading, and I'm going to ask that he...
Senator Fraser-Binns, you know,
I'm going to raise the point of order,
I've allowed the
Mr.
debate
President.
to flow, you know. What's the point of order?
I think he's misleading the country and the parliament by saying that we are not supportive of poor people, because that was never, Mr. President, that was never conveyed by anyone on this side, and it is misleading.
Senator Fraser-Binns, that's not a point of order. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
as I hear,
Mr. President, actually,
ahead,
it's not
please.
a point of order, but it's about mutual respect in the Senate, and I'm going to ask that you ask the senator from, what's her name again? Morrison, to withdraw her statement about sit-down, because I don't know to whom she's speaking. Thank you.
Can I tell you something that doesn't sound like her and I didn't hear it, so let us just continue, please.
Mr. President, thank you for the peace. I am going to speak, and I will say, I still don't understand why there is this constant fight against the 1.5. It is going to poor people. It is not going to rich people. And I'm saying, in fact, everybody in what pay, but it was crafted. We made it very clear. Trying, Mr. President, in fact, they have tried extremely hard to turn the glorious 1.5 into a bad number, a bad thing. But those deserving Jamaicans who receive the benefit know much better and how great 1.5 has been. And we're going to repeat it.
Yes.
The state of the nation has improved with 1.5 and is improving. We are being castigated, Mr. President, by those on the other side for helping more poor Jamaicans, what do they really want? What do they want us to do? We offer prosperity. We offer prosperity, and that seems to be an issue. But Mr. President, as we close this debate, I'm very pleased to remind my colleagues that the JLP, in fact, it was a JLP administration that created LAMP. We're not going to do away with LAMP. We're going to make sure people get their properties. You know something? My colleague, Senator Binns, I want to support many of those things that you say. Not all. Some of them. I think we need to get our titles to our people faster, and I'm going to champion that over here as well. I support that. I completely support that. Those on the valleys and those in the hill, because you know what? When people get their property and they can use it to make loans, it adds to prosperity, and we're into prosperity. We are about prosperity, and we support that those things should go. But given that we started LAMP, Mr. President, and we left, and it sort of wandered away. Now we're going to fix it. But Mr. President, we believe, we know that PAYE tax is relief and is good. We know that 50 to 60 billion taxes on Jamaicans in 4 years is bad, was bad, and will always be bad. That is bad. We know that education fees relief is good, Mr. President. Is very good, because we need to invest in our people. And because of that, the state of the nation is good and is increasing. Because that's what we need to do to educate our people. The last administration took from Jamaicans over 50 to 60 billion in taxes in 4 years. We campaigned on economic growth, and we are delivering it in a short period of time, less than 2 years. We have not only delivered economic growth, we delivered economic growth in the vicinity of 2%, when over 40 years, the numbers tell us that the average growth rate was 0.8%, less than 1%. We have done well in the 1 year we've been there. But Mr. President, why are we going to beat up our mouth? I'm just going to quote Don Anderson. Don did a conference board survey of business confidence. We're told for over 1 hour and 51 minutes how things are bad in the country. Well, let me tell you what the survey found. The survey found that economic confidence was more favorable among Jamaican firms in every quarter during 2016 than any time in the prior 15 years. The nation, the state of the nation is good, Mr. President, and is improving. Inflation is at a 64-year low. We talk about the currency. Minister Shaw appointed, when the thing was beginning to slip again, appointed a currency working group chaired by the governor. I served on it, and we worked together, and we not only stabilized the currency, but my colleague, Senator Matthew Samuda, could tell you that in the last 10 days, except yesterday when he hasn't checked yet, maybe he has checked since he sat down, the currency has been improving, has been evaluated. So, Mr. President, the state of the nation has improved and is improving, and we're moving to prosperity, and we want everyone to be prosperous, and so may it be, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President,
We-
I thought you was finished.
1 minute,
Just want
please.
to clarify.
Senator Brown, 1 minute now, please.
I have to move for the motion to be approved. So move, Mr. President.
The question is that the motion moved earlier. Sit, can I have a seat, please? The Senate, the question that the motion moved earlier by Senator Hill with respect to the State of the Nation be approved. Those in favor?
Mr. President, I had moved for an amendment to the motion. And I'm wondering if the Senate is prepared to take my amendment and vote it down. But at least the amendment should be put. Secondly, Mr. President, I sent to you the information from the Ministry of Finance. And I am expecting that the Honorable Senator would at least acknowledge that he misled the Senate when he told us the outturn of the PAYE for December, April to December. But if we are concerned about truth, at least the record of the Senate should reflect that. Otherwise,
Senator Brown, with respect to the second limb of your intervention here, that is a matter of debate that was put on the floor of the Senate. You had your point, he had a point. Persons listening to the debate will draw their conclusion. Will you just allow me to continue now, please? You made some statements too. And I'm sure that people would have okay, whatever. You don't want to hear what I'm saying. Let's move on. No, it's okay. You do not wish to hear me. I don't have a problem with it. You can say whatever you want. I'm not asking for any apology or clarification. In relation to the question of your amendment to the motion, you want to just tell the clerk what it is, please? Did you write it?
Yes, I'm clear. I want the motion to end after the word both houses of Parliament on the 14th of April 2016. Full stop there.
So what you are saying is that instead of the whole motion, you are moving the amendment. Be it resolved that the Senate thank His Excellency the Governor General for his gracious speech delivered in both houses of Parliament the 14th day of April 2016. Full stop. Okay. So members of this Honorable Senate, you have heard the amendment. Those in favor?
Divide.
No, I never asked to divide yet. I asked those in favor? Against?
Divide.
No, but you are to vote.
Yes.
So I'm saying, those in favor? Yes, those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Excellent. Against?
We are against.
Okay, so those against have it, and you're now calling for a divide. Senator Brown?
Yes, sir.
And not the leader, your leader is calling for a divide?
Senator Brown is calling for a divide.
Okay, fine. No problem. So what you are voting for is the amendment. You're asking for a divide in relation to the amendment proposed by Senator Brown.
All right, so it's those in favor of the amendment. Okay. No, of the amendment. Senator Braham? No. Senator Brown?
Yeah.
Senator Brownberg? Senator Charles? Senator Fraser Binns?
Abstain?
Senator Gale?
No.
Senator Golding?
Aye.
Senator Hill?
No.
Senator Johnson Smith, Senator Knight, Senator Longmore, Senator Morris, Senator Morrison? No. Senator Reid, Senator Samuda, Senator Sinclair, Senator Skeffrey, Senator Slowly, Senator Webby, Senator Williams, 20 people there? No, sorry, 9 to 11 people there? 3, 7, 8, 12. Okay, it's right. 2, 2.
Okay, the result of the divide, the ayes, 2 votes, the noes, 9 votes. Declined to vote or abstained, 1 vote, absent 8, so the noes have it. I will now put the motion as moved by Senator Hill. Those in favor? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Minister?
First and foremost, thank my colleague senators for their contribution today. Certainly, it bodes well for us as a democracy that whether we agree with each other on all issues, we still have the ability to express ourselves. And so, I do thank you for your sterling contributions. In that regard, Mr. President, it is not intended for us to do any further business today. Accordingly, I move that the Senate be adjourned sine die. Let me use the opportunity, Mr. President, before we close, to just remind all of the members of the Senate that the ceremonial opening of Parliament will be next Thursday, that is the 9th of February at 11 a.m., and all senators are expected to be in their seats no later than 10:40 a.m. I thank you.
The question is that the Senate be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. This honorable Senate now stands adjourned.
Motion